A groundbreaking initiative to set a new standard in the world of chess and promote gender equality in the sport. Norway Chess Women today, Vichy, is going to be a huge one for the top spot. Which game are you most looking forward to watching today?
I think my eyes will be on Lei Tingji against Anna Musichuk. Both of them, in a sense, have a shot at catching up with the leader. But of course, all the games are always interesting.
This is going to be, I think, a crucial day, and Vaishali is just about to arrive. Not the best of weather today in Stavanger, but luckily the venue is very warm and cozy, and they will walk in through a red carpet all the way to the playing hall. Today's pairings at Norway Chess are as follows: Arjun Erigaisi against Fabiano Caruana, Wei Yi against Magnus Carlsen, and Hikaru Nakamura against Gukesh Damaraju. Dirkjan, which game are you most excited to follow today?
If I'm to choose one, then it would be Arjun Erigaisi against the leader, Fabiano Caruana, who's been playing great chess. And it will be interesting to see how Arjun can fight back after the disappointing result yesterday. I mean, losing from a very promising position, that's tough. Yeah, so that's the game if I have to choose one.
I think that's a great pick. I would agree with you that is going to be our main game of the day. And Arjun Erigaisi, goodness me, he's only 21 years old, but he has achieved so much in his life. Vishy, what would you say about the career of this gentleman?
He's an incredible talent. I mean, shot up the rating list and even briefly broke 2,800. So he had a spectacular year last year. And amongst his other achievements, there's part of the Olympic medal winning team. So gold there. Board gold as well. Amazing player.
Amazing player, and his opponent also is an amazing player. The four-time US chess champion, Fabiano Caruana. We have him as world number 4 on the card, but actually during the tournament, he already climbed up to world number 3. And I think he's eyeing that world number 2 spot. That's where he was for a long time in his career, right behind Magnus Carlsen. And he played for the world champions title in 2018 and was very close to beating Magnus in that match in London. This is going to be the key game of today. But how is the head-to-head looking, Christian, between these two players?
Well, in fact, these players haven't met that often in classical chess because Arjun is so young, as you can see, 21 years of age and 32 for Fabiano. But the only victory that you see on that column, the win column for Fabiano, came in this tournament just a few days ago. 2 draws between them and no losses for Fabiano. So definitely with the white pieces today coming off that very difficult, very painful loss against Gukesh, Erigaisi will be trying to bounce back, will be looking for some revenge, and he's not a player to shy away from complication. Neither is Fabiano, so this one is going to be a huge, huge fight.
You see both players arriving in the rain. Fabiano doesn't even need a coat. He's just so cool. He's like, I don't mind it's raining, I don't mind it's cold, windy, all that. Give it to me. I am invincible. I think that's what I'm reading from his body language.
Look, he's looking good in the tournament right now. He's leading the tournament. He hasn't lost, I believe, since day one. In day one, he did lose with the white piece against Hikaru. Since then, he's been playing an absolutely stellar event. And Erigaisi, once again, he started off very well, but right now he's been struggling in the last few rounds. So with the white pieces, definitely, I'm curious to see how he's going to open up this game, what type of risk profile we're going to see from Erigaisi in today's matchup.
We are all very curious, and the reason why Fabiano is not at the board is because he's giving an interview to us. Thank you, Fabiano.
Fabiano, you're currently leading the event. What are your emotions right now? Share with us.
Right now, I'd like to play just a decent and solid game. I mean, that's the main thing, because I'm playing with the black pieces. Arjun is always very dangerous, so if I play a good game, I'll be happy.
Normally, Arjun's preparation this tournament was very spicy, and there has been interesting opening ideas. Do you expect to be surprised today as well?
I could be surprised, but I hope to surprise him first.
Best of luck, and we hope to see you.
Thanks.
Who's gonna get that crucial first surprise in the game? Both players have been so well prepared in this tournament. I just hope that Fabiano will prepare well when it comes to cleaning his glasses, because he still had raindrops on the glasses, and I think you need to see clearly. Vichy, you have some experience wearing glasses in chess. Any such cases where you needed to clean your glasses, rain, fog, any other circumstances that might have made it harder to have clear vision?
Yes, I have walked into tournament venues. I mean, you get in from the outside and realized, how did I get past that door? I couldn't even see it. So then you have to take it off and dust it, and then you realize, hey, my original eyes work great. So, oh, that's fine, and then I get through. It happens very often.
I know the pain myself. I'm here with my contact lenses, but with glasses, oof, goodness me, rainy day, not a good one for walking outside. But Fabiano, cool and chill, and I think he will be ready to see through those lenses. And who will get the first surprise? Vichy.
I think what's nice is both of them secretly are hoping for a big fight. They're hoping that the other player is extra motivated to go for the kill and thing. So in the sense, you bounce off your opponent here. You think they're going to come at me, and that's going to give me the momentum to hit back at them. This is one of those games. Neither of them is known to back down. And of course, Fabi has no reason to back down, but neither is known to back down after a defeat. I'm also quite optimistic over this one.
Not only to back down, but sometimes you just play openings that are a bit more slow, right? I don't think we're going to see that from Fabiano. Like, sometimes you just try to kill the game, trying to make a draw, trying to equalize as soon as possible with the black pieces. I don't think we're going to see that from Fabiano. I think, as you just brilliantly pointed out, we're going to see a fight, and we're going to see a fight coming from both of these players.
Dirk, what are your thoughts on these predictions and about the fighting spirit? Will we see a very dynamic, exciting game?
Yeah, I think so. I think well, one of the challenges for Arjun will be not to take incredible risks, because sometimes he's overdoing it. But for the rest, yeah, it's clearly hoping that the other one is not going to kill the game. And in this situation, I don't see any one of them doing it well, unless Fabiano ends up in a position where that is, in fact, the only healthy thing to do. But yeah, I think this is a great, a game that should be a great game.
And we love to see that. We love to see players coming with their fighting spirit and not wanting to go for a solid approach. Arjun and his nickname, the Madman, Vichy, you've got to explain that to the viewers.
He's actually a very nice, polite youngster. But I think if he is mad, he's managed to channel it into his chess. He quite often, as his name suggests, goes in for extreme violence on the chessboard. And that's how the name landed for him. And of course, journalists now love anybody they can call a madman, and so that goes with it.
Yeah, Vichy, I was wondering, based on that, and Christian, I'm going to give you that question. Does Fabi have a nickname like that? Because we all call him Fabi, but does he have other nicknames?
You know, I was actually thinking in real time about that question as well, as you were just asking it. I think the machine sometimes.
The machine.
He's being called the machine sometimes, especially in our own private groups as well. But I've heard it from other people and some fans as well, mostly because of his performance in 2014 at the Sinquefield Cup, when he scored 7 out of 7, and he
Against
basically started like a machine.
top-level chess players, including
Yes.
Magnus Carlsen. 7 out of 7 is huge. The madman against the machine. In terms of chess journalism, Dirk Jan, does that sound good? It has a ring to it.
Well, we shouldn't forget that the madman came from Magnus Carlsen. He called him that. So when I asked Arjun about this, and I said, "Oh, well, what do you think about that?" He said, "Okay, if it's coming from Magnus, I take that as a compliment." So
I didn't know it comes from Magnus. Thank you for that very important piece of information. The madman, nicknamed by Magnus Carlsen. The machine also could have been given by Magnus Carlsen, because I think he did struggle about the accuracy of that machine in London in their World Championship match. When it comes to the opening choice and who will get the first surprise, what are we feeling so far? Any guesses on who's going to be happier with the opening choices here?
Well, I would say we're going to have to wait and see right now. It's Fabiano's move. By that factor alone, you would be thinking that he got surprised, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't yet. Nevertheless, just to sort of unpack what's been happening in the opening phase. This position, again, the two players are fighting for the center, as it's usually the case in the opening phase. They're trying to get their pieces out, the knights come out for white, and immediately black pins with the move bishop to b4. This is called the Rogozin, and at this point, white can give a very naughty check on a4, and you might be wondering, hey, that's a check, and that's what we call a double attack, right? If you defend it, let's say in a passive way like this, bishop to d7, then you're just simply losing the bishop on b4. So it's a very poisonous approach. But now what you can do as black, and this is the only move, the only good move in the position to face this check, one thing you can do is run away. That would not be advisable because you lose the bishop on b4. Another way would be to interpose on this diagonal a piece. You might as well get the knight out. Not only that you're stopping the check, but you're also defending this bishop on b4. So this knight does two jobs at the same time, and this is the way to defend against this, this nice check on the side of the board. Now, he pushed his pawn on the side of the board, attacking the bishop. And right now, black has a couple of options. You can retreat with the bishop, but then the question remains, hey, why did you just play this move, bishop on this side, all the way in deep enemy territory, and then go back home after you were attacked? Well, that's one of the options. The other one is to just simply exchange this bishop for the knight, which he did in the game. Bishop takes, and the pawn recaptures that bishop. Now we have a completely different situation because the pawn structure has changed quite dramatically. And we do have what we call the bishop pair, the two bishops. Black has two bishops, white only has one. The bishop on c1 on the dark squares does not have a counterpart. So that's the battle. The two bishops versus the better structure, the more compact structure that black has. Vishy, sum it up for us and go a layer deeper into this position. What are we to expect from these players?
Okay. First of all, I will never be able to look at Queen A4 check again and not think that it's a naughty check. So thank you for that, Christian.
Yes, yes, it is a naughty check. Yes.
Okay. So as you pointed out, that bishop can often stay on b4 for quite some time. But here, the line Arjun chose is to insist on the clarity there.
Yes.
Insist that this tension be resolved. So now black has a couple of options. After bishop takes c3, b takes c3, he can take the pawn on c4.
Ooh, we can munch on that pawn like this, of course.
And while white can play queen a4 and recapture, it's a different kind of naughty check. I don't think it's the most effective for fighting for an advantage. I suspect he might play the bishop out to g5 instead.
Bishop on this side and creating this pin. Very
right.
Nice. Yes, yes.
But then black can often consolidate that extra pawn with b5.
Just to interrupt you on this one, and not for no reason, but we do have a move.
Correct.
It was c5.
Yeah. And this is the other line where black continues with his normal plan of pushing both the d and c pawns so that the pieces can develop harmoniously behind it. And also this move is slightly better for black because that pawn on a3 for the moment is taking away a square from that bishop. Ever so slightly. I mean, there are probably few lines where this matters, but here he will have to play a4 to regain that possibility. He did that against Gukesh, if you remember.
Yes.
But I don't know what he will do here. Most likely he will just move the e-pawn in front of the king. And then we switch to something called the Nimzo-Indian defense, which is what it becomes. Oh no, he's gone for his Catalan.
This is what we have right now, and as you are pointing out, white has a couple of options to push this pawn first, maybe even get the bishop out first and then close things up with the move e3, the pawn in front of the king. Or you could try to go fianchetto, what we call the fianchetto. You open up with this pawn and then you put the bishop behind it, and then that bishop is in fact going to defend what will be the castle on that side. So it will defend, it will aid at the defense of the king, the white king. These are the type of ideas that we're seeing. And he did play this move, and right now Fabiano once again is thinking it's a very complex battle, complex situation with a lot of moving parts. And I'm sure throughout our broadcast we'll cover them all.
Absolutely. And while you've been describing these moves, and of course we are wondering about the preparation and who will surprise whom, I had a question in mind for you, Dirk-Jan, because you have been following these top chess players for so long. When was the first time you met Fabiano Caruana? What's your first memory? Even if hearing about him, what was your first memory? Do you know of Fabiano Caruana? He's 32 years old now. I'm so curious how young he was.
Okay, you put me on the spot. I think the first time I heard about him when there was an article in the New York Times when he was very small and he was playing chess in the park with his coach Bruce Pandolfini. Maybe that was the first time. And then I think when I actively saw him as a player was I think in Amsterdam during one of the Rising Stars versus Experience tournaments where he was playing there. And that's where I met him.
I have then a follow-up question to you because I'm going to ask you about all your experience and when you heard of these players. What about these two grandmasters? We have the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, facing the reigning world chess champion, Gukesh Dommaraju. What are your thoughts on these two players and any personal memories you would like to share?
I think Fabiano, the first time I interviewed him was when he became US champion in San Diego. Was it 2005 or something? So maybe, and I went there, and he was very young. And what I remember from that is that he became U.S. champion, but at the same time he was. I mean, we cannot imagine that now, that how unusual playing bullet was. I mean, these days we have big competitions in bullet, and it's a very popular thing. At that time there was a madman, Hikaru Nakamura. He liked that. So I still see him coming back from one of his games, and he walks into the press room and he says, "Whose computer is this? Can I use it?" Because he wanted to go on the internet and play bullet. And he says, "Yes, but guy, there's no mouse." He said, "I can play without a mouse." So he's playing bullet, and I thought that was totally incredible. But at the same time, he became U.S. champion. So
wow, what a story! To the viewers that might not be familiar with the term bullet chess, it's a 1-minute chess. So here we see classical chess. There's 2 hours for the players to think. Bullet chess means you have 1 minute on the clock, 1 minute for the entire game. I can make like 5 moves in 1 minute, and these players, they win an entire game in 1 minute or less than a minute.
Yeah, and then, we're sitting at home with a mouse, which is...
easier to move on an online board with a mouse, but he was using a touchpad or even his phone to play bullet chess.
Yes.
Quite the story. Let's see what has happened in this game. Vishy, please, a follow-up on bullet chess.
No, just one.
You wanted to confess you love bullet chess too.
I think I'll stop with Arjun went up like a bullet and just say that there's one cheap little trick. You cannot play rook AE8 because I'm going to go knight G6 check, head G6. I think Christian knows the rest.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, yes, king at 7, and then both rooks go to the 8th.
I think this is the moment right now.
Yeah, king hits 6, and it looks like black escaped. But after h4, there's no earthly way you can stop rook h8 mate. So.
And just to kind of take it one step behind, the idea being that this knight to g6 is what we call a discovery attack. You give a check to the king, and black has a couple of options to take it. You want to take it with this pawn from the side, because what you want to do is make some space for your king to push forward and defend against all these checkmating ideas on the back rank. This is what we call the back rank. Now I'm going to sacrifice my queen. It looks funny, but I'm getting a lot for that queen. In particular, I'm getting 2 rooks. You can go up, and now I'm going to follow it up. And this bishop, you might be thinking, hey, the bishop is not doing much. Only the rooks are doing a tremendous job. The bishop is one of the most important pieces in this position, because not only that, you're stopping black from creating an escape hatch on that side, but also you're stopping a checkmate via the d file, right? The queen could potentially go to d1 if the bishop wasn't here, and that's going to deliver the checkmate first for black. But the bishop, it's in the way. And you would be really looking forward towards playing the move g5. Unfortunately, that's just an illegal move in this position. The only way to stop me from giving you a checkmate is to go up, as we've just seen, and then I'm stopping you from doing that as well.
Can we show it on the board? I love to see checkmates.
Absolutely.
So just one more move for black.
Absolutely. Look, I'm getting there as well. I'm one move away with the black pieces from giving you a checkmate with this bishop controlling the escape square for the king. But guess what? The rook is ready and is going to deliver the checkmate. Absolutely a beautiful and somewhat unusual pattern, but I'm sure these players know it so well and they've seen it quite often. Now, the big question right now is how much theory do the players know? For Hikaru, it's quite easy. He chose this line. He chose to go into this line. So he probably knows it quite deeply. On the other side, Gukesh, right now, as you can see, he's been thinking, he's been spending some time. He knows that this is somewhat of a tame variation. Generally, black should be able to equalize fairly quickly. But what you do need to do in order to achieve that is to know the theory. And Vishy, do you know the theory in this one?
I don't know. I don't know every last move.
Yes.
But I think I remember enough to be able to find the rest at the board. Let's put it that way. Would you like a fork?
Oh,
I
we
would love a fork. Yes.
please.
Right, we love forks, yeah.
Yes.
Bishop b4. It's actually not such a bad move because if you play knight f5, as far as I can tell, queen f4 is quite reasonable.
Absolutely, yeah.
But there's a lovely fork. Instead of knight f5, you go queen e4. And this is an unusual fork.
And this is, by the way, this looks like a very natural move because you are attacking a rook, right? So sometimes I have to move away. This is the reaction that you want to get. If I move away, I'm losing the knight.
Yes.
Because that was one of my defenders. But the thing is, I'm not forced to do so. Where's the fork, Vishy?
So queen to e4. And it's an unusual fork where on the one side I'm threatening checkmate, and I'm also attacking the bishop at the same time. So the queen is threatening the pawn. There's a queen-bishop battery, attacking the pawn on h7, and I wouldn't really call the rook and queen a battery, but they're combining to attack b4 as well. So.
Yep, you could call it a fork, a double attack, a battery. There's so many elements that are intertwined in this one. But we do have a confession from none other than Hikaru Nakamura. Let's listen to him.
So, all right, everyone, I'm back. Prior to this game, I was told that apparently the confessional booth has been a very lonely place, which I assume means that with me not being here, perhaps Magnus not being here as much. I mean, I'm actually not sure how much he's been here. It would seem that perhaps there hasn't been a lot of visits, which is a little bit disappointing from the standpoint, I think, of the fans wanting to hear from the players and how they feel. But alas, it is what it is. There's nothing you can really do about that. But because of that, I felt like dropping in. So my game today is not particularly exciting. This, of course, was played in the candidates last year in Toronto between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana. Bishop g6 is the best move here, and it's basically a draw. Anything else, I can maybe try to pretend that I'm playing for a little bit more, perhaps. The fact that Gukesh is thinking here is actually a good sign because it means that maybe he's not 100% sure that Bishop g6 is the right move, or maybe he's even a little bit worried that if he plays it, he could be structurally worse. So, small hope that he won't find it, but I sort of expect it. So, not very exciting. Magnus's game is kind of funny as well because Wei is playing exactly what I played against Magnus yesterday. This 4 knights with Bishop b5. Magnus decided to play Bishop d6 just to keep the game going. My general view is that I think Magnus is pretty sort of out of it. He's kind of out of it. He's struggling a little bit. Doesn't seem really energetic. Of course, the game against Gukesh played a huge role in all of that, but it's still a little bit sad to see because you're I think we've all become so accustomed to seeing a great champion in Magnus and someone who's always fighting. So it's a touch sad to see, I guess, on one hand. But he's trying to keep his game going today. Fabiano's game against Arjun is a game that looks like it will heat up. I have to say that when I look at the players, it makes me a little bit nostalgic in a sense, because I see somebody like Arjun, and every game he's going all in. He plays like a complete maniac. Even yesterday, after he'd messed up the win against Gukesh, he still tried to play for the win and ended up losing that game. And maybe that's one of the joys of youth. I think that's a saying or something along those lines, where you feel no danger, so you just go for it every single game. And I think for Arjun, it's going to be interesting to watch his career going forward, because he seems to have that style. And I think against lower rated players, it's probably going to work very well. Against the absolute elite, he's probably going to need to tighten up and be more solid at times. But it's still great to see how much of a fighter he is in every game. So. Those are my general thoughts. I don't really have much else to say. I was trying to think if there's anything else, but at any rate, it's looking like a pretty boring day for me, and that's it for now. So maybe I'll be back. If I'm back, that means my game has gotten interesting, and I'm going to have something to actually talk about and play for, but we'll see.
Hikaru Nakamura feeling solidarity toward the confessional booth, because yes, yesterday it was a lonely place. We do want to see the players and their thoughts. We want to hear about what they are thinking of during the game. Sometimes it's about the game, sometimes it's unrelated. And Hikaru has expressed so many things, I don't even know where to start, but one of the points I think we should unpack is when he is feeling somewhat sad about the fact that Magnus lost a bit of that fighting spirit, and he's pointing at the game against Gukesh, because had he won that game against Gukesh, Magnus Carlsen would be in clear lead with a big margin, and he was winning. The position was winning, but he blew the advantage. Gukesh turns the tables, wins the game, and now Magnus is no longer in that kind of energetic, vibrant mode, going for the kill. Vishy, do you think he will get that back now today or during the tournament? Do you think that he will manage to go back to the same Magnus Carlsen that we know?
I don't have a good sense for how enthusiastic he is generally. The thing is, his level is so high that even without being on full energy, he plays a remarkable game. I think we've all heard about his views on classical chess and so on, but he can still do a lot at the board. Certainly, if he wins a game and he comes back, it might get him more excited, but I don't know.
Dirk-Jan, I would love to hear your thoughts on that as well, and Magnus and the future of classical chess for Magnus.
Yes, well, with Magnus, I'm not entirely sure if you can always see how interested he is, because he can seem not terribly interested and still be totally focused. So let's put some hope on that. Yeah, his remarks about classical chess yesterday, I think we should definitely discuss that, because it may be a remark just on the spur of the moment, but at the same time, he's spoken about this so often that we should take it seriously. And I hope he will not give up classical chess. That's for sure. And especially when you look at the game against Gukesh, he was playing a beautiful game. He was showing how beautiful classical chess is. Then he slips up, and that suddenly is the reason why there's something wrong with classical chess. I don't see that. I thought it was a very emotional reaction, while we know that he thinks about classical chess in this manner. So let's hope that he will reconsider and understand that there's still something interesting in classical chess.
I think that's a very good point, Dirk-Jan, and he was enjoying the tournament here in Norway before that crucial game against Gukesh. He kept going to the confessional. He actually is leading the confessional visits, 15 times confessional booth appearance for Magnus Carlsen, 14 for Hikaru Nakamura. So there's a leaderboard also for confessional appearances. But yes, I feel like he was enjoying playing here, and he was comparing the format here also to sudden death in a way, because the increment is less. There is no increment until move 40, and even after that, the increment is much less. it's less than what we are used to in classical tournaments. So I think he enjoys the format here at Norway Chess. It's the only classical tournament he plays. He played here last year, and now he's playing here this year. But we do have some photographs from your career and playing table soccer with Magnus. Dirk-Jan, please tell us about that moment.
Well, this is the table football that's at the Amber tournament in Monaco. It's the last Amber tournament. And one of the popular things there was the table football in the evening, late in the evening. So this is Grishuk there, and in the back there's Fuga Gashimov, who sadly died very young. But this too, I mean, here you could see what an original thinker Magnus is. Because when he joined us, and at some point he said, so how does it work? Well, of course, he knew how it worked. But then he said, can't we spice it up a bit? And he threw in a second ball. And literally from that moment onward, the game, the rules of table football in Monaco had changed. And we've never played with one ball again. It was just Magnus's invention to play with two balls.
How about the picture on the left from Tata Steel Chess?
That is Tata Steel Chess 2015. And it was, Magnus was doing great. He had just won 6 games in a row. He was incredibly impressive. And then he had to play Ivanchuk, and Ivanchuk is an unpredictable customer. So he totally killed the game. He was playing white, and Magnus was pretty upset. He said, "Okay, this is just nonsense, you know, to play like this." But okay, that's what he does. And then suddenly, I could see it in his eyes that he was ready for an interview. And we talked for an hour, and he spoke about everything from Botwinnik to how he looked at the game. And Magnus, when he wants and when he's ready for it, he's incredibly interesting. So in that sense, I mean, as you say, till this game against Gukesh, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. I mean, we've rarely seen him in such a good mood in general. So let's hope it was an incident.
We surely hope so. And all these photos just made me wonder, when was the first time you heard of this boy called Magnus Carlsen from Norway, who is really good at chess?
Oh, yeah, that was very clever of me. I got a phone call from Simon Agdestein, and he was training Magnus, and Magnus was, I think he was 12 years old then, and Simon said, we've got this boy here, and I want to write about him. And I said, oh yeah, very well. What is he, a master or what? No, it's totally irrelevant. But let me write about it. And I said, well, Simon, maybe we should wait a bit, you know. In my internal wisdom, I thought it was a good plan to wait. But then I'd heard his name, and I went to the European Club Cup in Crete in 2003, and there I saw him for the first time, and he was playing in the second section, and he beat 3 grandmasters, and he was really a really small boy. So when I got home, I called the tournament director of Vaishali, and I said, listen, there's a boy, and you have to invite him for the C group, it was called at the time. And I said, don't even ask questions. I mean, just do it. I mean, and that was where he scored his first grandmaster norm. And I think 4 months later, he was a grandmaster. Or
Wow.
5 months.
What a story. And that made me wonder, Vishy, when was the first time you heard of Magnus Carlsen? Because you know him very well. When was the first time?
I don't remember. I saw him in the same, it was Tata Steel 2003 in the C group. And 3 or 5, wait, it was 5, I think, when he played for the first time, right?
In 2004.
2004 in the C group.
Yeah.
Okay, and but no, he'd become a grandmaster a bit earlier. Was it in? Oh no, he became a grandmaster in Dubai, right?
Dubai, yeah.
Also in the same year, 2005.
Yeah, so Vaishali, Moscow, Aeroflot Open, and then
I finally met him in Leon that year in 2005.
Do you know how strong he was at the time?
To be honest, by that point, you treated him as a completely, like you would treat any other strong opponent. You didn't make any allowances for his age, or he's young, I can do this, I can do that, no funny business. I prepared for that game as if I would prepare for Ivanchuk or anyone else, and that was it. And I think very soon it was obvious that he was just unbelievably good.
Well, we hope that he will stick around for a while. Magnus Carlsen, the world number one. He has been world number one for so many years now. Christian, do you also have a memory to share the first time you heard of Magnus Carlsen? Maybe saw him in a
I wanted to
kids
touch
tournament?
upon these ideas and these statements that he has done. But speaking of when I met him, I don't remember exactly, but I was in the same age bracket as him. So we were playing a lot of these youth competitions, World Championships, European Championships. I think the first time I met him was, and I didn't meet him personally, but he was in the same tournament as I was. I believe it was something along the lines of 1999, maybe 2000, when we were playing. I believe it was in Crete. We played one of these World Youth competitions in Crete, in Greece, and some others in different places around the world. I think one in Spain as well. But so I know him for a very long time, and I know how strong he is. And he soon after stopped playing these World and European Youth competitions because he was just too strong for everybody else. So it wasn't a good competition for him. But his statement yesterday that he's going to reconsider his options after this event, I think right now there's a couple of competing voices in his head. One of them is something that drove him to where he is. Actually, both of them is what drove him to where he is right now. The voice of him being a competitor, the ultimate competitor. And that voice is telling him, hey, you have absolutely no clue what you're talking about. You should be continuing to compete in classical chess. You're good at it. I mean, he is the #1 player in the world. So the competitor on one side is telling him, hey, you should be going all in and you should continue piling on the wins. Now, the other voice on the other shoulder, the bad wolf, the good wolf, however you want to call it, is the fact that he has always stated, I will play for as long as I enjoy the game. Yesterday, he said, I'm not enjoying the game. Despite the fact that I'm having a good tournament, I haven't lost up until the game against Gukesh. Obviously, no player would ever enjoy losing in that manner, and obviously the outburst that ensued. But he's enjoyed the tournament somewhat, but not really as much as he used to. And that is one of the main points that he touched upon. So these are the competing voices. Will he follow what he always believed, that as long as I'm going to enjoy the game, I'm going to play it, I'm going to compete? Or will he follow the voice that's telling him, hey, you're the ultimate competitor. You should be continuing playing and piling on the victories. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure we will be finding that answer in the next few months. And that answer could be won and then change later on in a year or two from now. We've seen that from so many greats of other sports as well. We've seen that from Michael Jordan as well. Michael Jordan, obviously one of the greatest basketball players to ever live. He quit at some point basketball for quite a few years, went into baseball out of nowhere. So who knows, maybe Magnus is going to go and become golfing great. That's what he is enjoying right now. But yes, these are the dynamics that I'm seeing from him. And as I said yesterday, I don't see a world of chess without Magnus at least playing some classical chess, because he's the best right now.
That's a very good point, Christian. And time will tell what Magnus Carlsen will decide to do. For now, we hope that he will get that fighting spirit back, because he still has a chance for first place here. We will take a look at his game in a moment, but I do want to call the attention of our viewers to a very special auction. If you do want a piece of Norway Chess with you, there's a very special watch that is up for auction. There's 2 bundles. You can get the #1 and number 150 in each color. This is a special edition watch of Norway Chess by the brand Von Doren, the official timekeeper of Norway Chess. And it's such a unique piece of collectibles, but also chess. The chess reference being that it is a historic game that is on the dial of the watch. I'm curious, Vichy, maybe it's a bit too far the screen, so I'm not going to put you on the spot, but have you heard which game is on this watch? It's a historic game, and you might not be able to see it from how
No,
far
wait,
the screen
I
is. Do
see
you
some
the
moves, so let me
Yes?
go. But it's are the moves repeating? Wait, it's D5, D8. C3,
So it's 11 moves
or E4.
only. And it's a very...
No, I can't follow the, and I'm having to rotate my head, so I'm not quite able to think, okay, what? D8? And then it goes back to D8. And E4, okay, now I see. We have E4, but then I have some other 4, which doesn't make sense. E4 something, knight C3.
Anna, do you have the answer?
No, I don't. By the way, I'm giving up.
I think this is too hard.
Yeah.
I think it's just hard for Vishy
Maybe
to
it's
see
just
the
easy on the QR
screen.
code. I don't know, but
Yeah, you gotta use the QR code.
if you just see the QR
That's
code,
what you
boom.
should do, Vishy, and that's what I encourage our viewers to do as well. If you scan the QR code, you will see more information on the watch and why this game was so important. It is a Reti Tartakova, an 11-move win that was just astonishing at the time and still today. 11 moves against someone as strong as why were they strong players? Who were they, Vishy?
They are players, well, they're legends from roughly the 1920s, 20s. And so in a sense, they played a lot of the real classics. And most of the openings we play today were brand new when they started playing them. They were not quite world champion, but they were competing in the best tournaments and just legends. And I think also they performed roles as seconds, as journalists, as commentators, and so on, analysts, if you like, and contributed a hell of a lot to the game then.
Very much of that is, I think, what we all need to know. I need to read more about chess history in general, but I do want the watch. I want to get the watch, so I'm going to scan that QR code. And the players too, I believe, will be awarded with a watch at the closing ceremony. But that number 1 and number 150 is special, and it's up on eBay. Vishy, do you have a watch?
And I forgot to mention, Richard is a compatriot of yours. Another Richard Reti. So lots of Richards.
Many Richards, you're
Yes,
right.
indeed.
Thank you for adding that. Christian, I see that there's a big smile on your face. Is it about the Reti Tartakova game, or is it about Magnus Carlsen's opening choice?
No, I'm very uncultured when it comes to those type of things. I've been just following this game and trying to kind of understand and gauge where the players are standing. This one seems to be a fight. I do think that Magnus right now, and this was something that Hikaru was hinting at in his confessional as well, we're going to have to wait and see which Magnus shows up today, whether he wants to fight, whether he wants to play a long game. But it does seem like that is the Magnus that we're seeing. We have the Ruy Lopez, a very... actually, no, we don't have the Ruy Lopez. We have the 4 knights. Why is it called the 4 knights? Because the 4 knights, all of the knights on the board, have already established themselves on their opening positions. Knight on c3, knight on f3, and it's all about the battle for the center. You see these knights controlling the center. The black knights control the center as well. And bishop to b5, bishop on the side, on the left side. What does that move do? Well, that move just indirectly puts some pressure on the center, because right now if you don't react, then I'm just simply, for example, if you try to continue attacking my pawn, now you might have some issues. Now I will take that pawn on e5. I will take like this, and then I will take on e5. And I'm saying, sure, you still have some ways to get your pawn back, one of them being with knight captures in the center, the pawn in the center, and after knight captures back, we have this move, queen in the center on one of the central squares, d5 or d4, which attacks both of the knights.
And it is called a...
Double attack.
A fork?
A fork.
Isn't it a fork?
It kind of looks like, yeah, I'm not sure. I guess it is a fork. Double attack. I would call it a double attack.
I like to
All
call
right.
it a double attack. I feel like with the fork, you kind of imagine visually that it's like pinching
it's
through
almost like
two
a fork.
things. And double attack and fork can be the same sometimes.
It's a crooked fork.
That's a very interesting point. What it is here is that this is the only piece which can fork like this. The queen combines the rook. That's why it's attacking the knight on e5. It also is a bishop because it attacks the knight on e4. And all the other forks are done by individual pieces. So the bishop does a diagonal fork, and a rook does a Maybe the rook is the skewer, I don't know, because it's
Yeah,
straight.
that's a skewer.
So that's the, I mean, I've been trying to bring up the skewer all tournament long, so I finally got a thing. But
We got one
we've
while
got
you
some
were away.
terminology.
While you were
Yes.
away in Italy, I remember we got the skewer and we were wondering, hey, where is Vichy to see the skewer? I mean, we got the skewer on the board. But continue.
Trying to
Yes.
teach all these chess vocabulary to our viewers, and whether you know the name or not, you can give them new names as well, of course. What's more important is to understand why this is strong. The queen is attacking two pieces at the same time, and you can only move one piece at a time. So one of the knights is bound to be captured. It's bound to be lost.
Exactly. You move this knight, you lose this knight. You move this knight somewhere here, attacking the queen, you lose the other knight. So there's just simply no way. If you could fly your queen all the way there on this square to defend both knights, well, that would be ideal. But unfortunately for the player with the white pieces, that's not how chess works, and the player with the white pieces will lose one of those knights. Going back to the game continuation, that is why Magnus has defended this pawn immediately with the bishop coming on this square. Now, this is a bit unusual because we're being told, especially for the bishops, you should not place them in front of your pawns. But this is a bit of a special case because right now with the bishop here, very often we see this trade, right? And if that trade happens on c6, the bishop for the knight, then I'm going to be able to capture with this pawn and open up this bishop. At the same time, I'm opening up the queen. So placing the bishop in front of the pawn does not matter, does not cause any damage to me. Of course, white is not going to cooperate and take that knight. And we have a few more moves. This is where we stand right now. The bishop has moved. He said, you know what, I'm not going to wait for you to capture this knight so that I can improve my pawn structure. I'm just simply going to move my bishop and take it from here. And Wei right now, really deep in thought. He's been thinking for, if that is correct, the timer up there on your screen, 16 minutes and 30 seconds right now after bishop to c5. We are still in the somewhat throes of theory right now, but this game has only been played 3 times in recorded history. It's an intriguing position. Vishu, what do you think of this one?
Okay. If white captures on c6,
Captured this knight, yes.
t takes c6,
And now?
and then I capture the pawn, which is now no longer defended. So what can black do? Well, black has a fork. It was queen
immediate
d4.
fork,
Yeah.
yes.
Now the knight cannot move because then it's checkmate over here.
This is undeniably a fork. Yes.
Can we show the checkmate just so that we have the...
Yeah, and that is a
very
checkmate.
important pattern.
You've seen the bar is not even trying anymore. It's just disappeared below the horizon. That's usually game over. It's like a... Okay, that's definitive. So put the queen back. If I play bishop e3,
Yes.
you capture the knight.
I defend against your checkmate, the deadliest threat in the position.
And now I have another fork for you, d4.
Oh my goodness, so many forks.
And now black will play queen to e7.
Queen goes back in front of the king like this, just to stay close to the king, close to the action.
I take on c5. You take on e4. I go queen d4.
Can we stop for a second and count the pieces right now? Because there's so many trades, right? There's so many pieces being taken off the board, and I do believe that a knight for a knight, a bishop for a bishop, the queens, and if my math is correct, that is 7 pawns each. I
Yeah.
think we're at material balance right now.
And the funny thing is, if I take on c3, there's actually an intermezzo. You can take on g7 first.
The queen was forking, let's say the knight on c3 and the pawn on g7, a bit of a hidden message that queen is bringing. Not only that, you're creating another fork.
Yes, that's, well, now we have another fork.
You go from fork to fork.
Fork to fork. And if I could swap the queen and rook's positions, it would be a skewer. So, okay,
Yes,
I'll
yes.
stop. But I remember the funny thing is that instead of queen takes g7, bear with me, if queen takes c3, you castle, and I castle, with some pawn, actually long.
Castle long,
yeah.
The magical move. You move the king 2 squares to the side, either left or right, and then the rook joins on the other side of the king.
And with allowing for some extra pawn moves, this is a game that Magnus lost in Biel to Wang Yu, I think.
Okay, I did not know.
Wang Hao, actually. Yeah, sorry, Wang Hao.
I did not know that.
So, and
Gentlemen.
it's just a random coincidence that there's a Chinese player sitting opposite him. Nothing more I have no other point to make. But let's go back.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry for interrupting, but we do have Magnus Carlsen in the confessional booth. So let's listen to his thoughts and then we analyze what he has to say about his game.
I don't know what his intention was in the opening after bishop b5. Honestly, if he had played d4 on that move, then I don't think I would have been able to avoid the draw if that's what he wanted. I wasn't sure, and I thought, whatever, I'll play bishop d6. I don't really know anything about. I didn't love my options on the last move, either if I go b5, bishop b3, bishop c5. It felt like it gave him some extra options. I think now the critical idea is to take on c6 and then take on e5, which honestly I think is a bit better for white, and I didn't love allowing that. I just wasn't sure of what to do. So yeah, not looking fantastic at the moment, but we'll see.
I think what's looking fantastic is that Magnus is back in the booth. I think that's a good sign because that means that he is now more back into the Magnus Carlsen that we know. He was a very active participant in terms of confessional visits. And now, even if he's not thrilled with his opening, he says he doesn't really know this well. As early as on move 5, we usually don't see that from world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, that he doesn't know very well his opening. But he's back. He's back in the confessional. Vishy, your follow-up thoughts on Magnus's words?
Mea culpa. It was not Wang Hao at all. It was Alexiev. So forget my story.
But
anyway,
still, they were following exactly what we were discussing.
That's
Vishy.
true.
That is the line. Redo that line for us once again.
Okay, so I take on c6, black takes, knight takes e5, queen d4. Black can be cute as well if you put the queen back on d8. Anyone wants to guess how you be cute here?
Oh, I would love to know tips from you how to be cute.
Well, bishop takes f2 check. I'm sorry, guys, that's cute in chess. Queen d4 check, 4 king.
Yes.
And bishop e3. Queen takes e5. You should never forget to play h3 like a...
There's another fork.
There's another fork coming, so you want to play h3. And I guess he evaluates this as unpleasant.
Absolutely.
So that then leaves us with queen d4, the original fork, bishop e3, queen takes e5, d4, e6 or e7, but probably e7 is better. I'll tell you why in a second. Knight takes e4, queen d4, the fork as I mentioned. Knight f6, castle long.
Sorry, not there.
Yeah. Castle short.
And the thing is, you really need to get your king to safety, because give me a couple more moves, I'll get my rooks on the open files, and then you'll have some difficulties. So get the king, get your pieces, all of them, outside of the center.
And something like rook h1 is maybe just slightly better for white, because the white queen looks much better than the black queen right now.
Somewhat unpleasant,
There's
right?
a spatial, white queen's much more centralized, and it looks nice.
And this pawn on c5, it's much more advanced, and it sort of keeps the whole structure in place for black, which means that I will have opportunities to attack it. For example, I can get this bishop on this side to attack this pawn. I can get the queen on the other side to attack the other pawn. I have a lot of options right now. It does seem like white just has that slight edge that Magnus touched upon. He said, look, I don't really like my position. But you're thinking that there might be some way for black to get a better position, Vishy? Is that it?
It's very hard because here we have opposite color bishops. I mean, if knight f6 is forced.
It's not. It seems bishop f5 might be an idea as well.
Or maybe that's how the game went originally, but with the pawns on a2 and a7. In that case, yes, long castle.
A bit unusual. It does seem like, as you can see from the bar, black is starting to get better. This is what we call compensation. The king cannot go on this side. The king cannot really go on the other side because the g file is open and you're going to succumb to a very powerful attack. Anna.
So many options to consider for both players and to think through. So I think we're going to let them think it through, calculate it. It's very complex. There's someone who wants to steal the top spot. There's two tournaments, Norway Chess and Norway Chess Confessional Booth. So Confessional Booth today, leader Hikaru Nakamura, he's back.
So I said if I came back, my game would get interesting. Of course, nothing has happened in my game since I was last here. I think the reason I came back is mostly that what's going on in my game is one of these things that's very, very tricky at the top level sometimes, which is when you look at a position before the game and you're looking with the computer and the computer just spits out what the evaluation is, you never really sense danger or fear. You tend to just assume everything's fine. It's basically ignorance is bliss. But very frequently, then when you play an actual game, you start to sense some kind of danger or some uncomfortable feeling because you start to see a ghost that if you were like, if Gukesh knew bishop g6 was immediately the move, he would have played it for sure, I think, in like 5 seconds because the computer says it's equal, there's no danger, it's all very happy. But then when you look at it from a human perspective without knowing what the computer thinks, sometimes you confuse yourself and you start to worry and you start to see the ghost, you start to think there's some big weakness in the position, which I think is what's happening here. I suspect that Gukesh has not played bishop g6 because he fears that after knight takes bishop, h takes g6, there's going to be some like g3, king g2. There's going to be some weakness on the king side with the opposite color bishops, even though, of course, the computer simply laughs at all of this and just thinks it's total nonsense. But that's why I think Gukesh is thinking here. So I have some hope. I would say like it's very much a 50-50. I think 50% chance he plays bishop g6 and it's just a draw. And if he plays anything else, I think I very likely will get some winning chance in this game. That's actually the dream more than anything else because chess naturally is a game which is draw, something like 60%, probably a little bit more, like say 66% of games are drawn, 33% are decisive. So if you're in a situation where one move is going to lead to a dead draw, or if your opponent doesn't play that move, they're probably going to be in a lot of trouble. It's a great situation just because the natural tendencies of chess lean towards drawish games, even if you make a slight mistake. So I'm pretty happy with this, all things considered, and we'll just see if Gukesh plays bishop g6 or if he makes a mistake, and maybe we have some fun, but we'll see.
Hikaru Nakamura ready to have some fun if Gukesh doesn't play bishop to g6. Dirkjan, when you hear Hikaru and this confession, what does that tell you about the game and the fact that Gukesh didn't play that move?
Well, probably what he said, and I'm glad that he gave us some percentages again.
What do you think of the percentages, by the way? The draw, not draw, 66%, 33%.
I really don't know. But
where does he get his numbers from? I didn't hear of this.
Well,
and in Norway Chess, there are more decisive results, by the way, because of the 3 points for classical win.
Yes. Well, there also was a time when he would give his thoughts on the stock market in the confessional booth, which I thought was very funny. So has it been played now?
It has. Finally, bishop to g6 was played.
Was his hand forced, Vishy? Because there was this checkmate threat. Maybe, Christian, you want to show how that queen-bishop battery, Vishy, here's our battery and the checkmate threat. So was his hand forced to play this bishop g6? And is it any different to what it would have been to play bishop g6 earlier, Vishy?
Yes, it was. I think Christian is waiting to show that one, so I'm going to let him...
No, I'll let you guide us
okay, Christian was showing me this line. Queen at 6, then I go rook takes b8, rook takes b8, and now we're trying to take advantage of this back rank. So the black king is on the back rank, it doesn't have an escape route, And we already have our battery of a rook and queen on the same. In fact, a lot of batteries. The queen is one battery targeting h7, one battery and thing. But the thing is, how do I make a useful move that doesn't allow you to stop me giving you mate? And the way to do this is knight c8, which is a fantastic move because I shut the rook's eyes for a second. And if you capture the knight, queen e8, you capture, I capture, and that is checkmate.
Wow.
So this is a trap, but of course Gukesh is not going to fall into that. He did play bishop g6.
What's your take on this statement that, you know, the players sometimes, they look at an engine line, they prepare, and then they come to the board and they start seeing ghosts. This is what Hikaru has been saying about the position. What does he mean by seeing ghosts?
So it's literally this. You're told that a position is equal, but you're not fully concentrated yourself. Again, because you have an engine, tell you that it's fine, you think it's fine, okay, fine, I can deal with this, let's move to the next problem, I can deal with that. Then you come and sit at the board, you end up in the first position, you know that you're fine, but you look at your position in horror, like how could this possibly be fine? What the hell am I supposed to do? And then you feel the shock.
Are you shocked about this move?
We see a question mark. He takes back with the f-pawn, the pawn that was in front of the rook, and he could have also chosen the other pawn.
Hikaru is definitely in shock. Hikaru right now is definitely like, what is this? Why did I not consider this? And perhaps it is because the engine just shoots up right now in value. Take a look at that bar right now, clearly indicating the fact that white has an advantage.
This is, I don't know if my human way of looking at it, I mean, once the computer says you're so much better, then you have to allow for that. But my human way of looking at it, this is non-stop suffering. After FG6, my light squares are so weak, it's unimaginable how weak they are. First of all, there's this gaping weakness near E6, F7 and all that. So the king is very vulnerable. Not right now because all the defenders are there. But the defenders are trapped in a way. They can't move very far because then this problem arises. But the bigger problem is black doesn't have any useful moves. Cannot play h6 and g5 and liberate the king the normal way because of this queen-bishop battery. Let's say I take on b8 and I play g3. And I just want to play king g2, h4, you know, put my pawns on dark squares there and try to compress you a little bit.
Maybe even h5. Maybe use this pawn as a hook on g6, try to open things up with the queen and the bishop still staying there.
For me, this is non-stop suffering. For the rest of the game, I will not be able to relieve this thing. I will have to wait for the 50-move rule because there's no way to clarify the tension. Though, funnily enough, if I had already played the pawn to g5, so if you just make g5, and I had happened to play king g2, or let's say this position happened, then g6, I'm okay.
Right.
Because then my king has a route out.
You cover. Yes.
But right now, my king is buried under my own pawns.
Buried under the weight of
these two pawns.
Its own pawns.
And so the king has no natural route out. It needs two bodyguards standing there all the time ready to block.
And this rook has to stay on the 8th rank to defend the checkmate.
This is an awful decision, FG6, for... I don't know, play HG6, maybe the F-pawn...
They just played it, by the way, they're following our line.
Yeah, no, but just play HG6 for 1 second instead of FG6, and let's see the computer evaluation. I want to see if F7 is considered.
Completely equal, yes.
It should give a small advantage because still those pawns are on light squares and it's unpleasant, but it's not very much of an advantage. But of course here it shot up wildly, and FG6 is such a misjudgment that I don't know what to say. For me, it feels like a terrible move, but well, here we are.
We do have actually Hikaru back at the confessional booth, so let's listen to his thoughts on what has just happened.
Okay, I made it back. So, third time. And I have to say, unlike the previous 2 times, this time I'm actually happy, even if my face isn't happy or I'm not smiling. because I think I'm definitely better in the game now. I suspect that it's still completely fine for Gukesh with some very, very accurate play, but already here I have this very simple idea of king g2, h4, h5, and I'm not even sure what black is supposed to do to try and prevent that exactly. So, I mean, I assume it's still fine for black objectively somehow, but the more I look at this position and think about it, the more that I actually think I'm going to get very, very good winning chances if I move quickly and just keep pressure on the clock, a la Magnus Carlsen type game, because as I look at the position right now, I really don't see a good response to h4, h5. I'm just going to go king g2, h4, h5, and I'm actually not sure how Gukesh is supposed to really stop that at all. I'm sure there's some way, but this could also be a position for those of you guys who are watching at home where the computer already might say it's like +1 or something for white because it's a very simple plan. Obviously, Gukesh should have taken with the h pawn. I know that if he had taken with the h pawn, it's h6, g6, g3, and it's about equal probably. But I'm feeling very, very optimistic now. Again, I think that Gukesh probably has some defenses here, but there's zero risk for me. I'm up on the clock. No increment till move 40, only 10 seconds after that. So I'm definitely going to be in to try and press hard in this game because I feel like I should have great chances to win this game unless I'm missing something very, very obvious here. Just with this king g2, h4, h5, and just go for the mate with the AA battery. So it's all good. I'm feeling good, and I think that I'm in good shape to try and at least press, if not convert this game. So it's really, really good start for me today. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Huge time advantage for Hikaru, and the position is very promising. He even said the computer evaluation is about what we see on the board. Vishy, why do you think Gukesh chose the pawn capture he chose? Why he didn't like the other one? And I also would like a description for a hook, because Hikaru has explained the exact plan and what does a hook mean in chess.
I mean, come on, Hikaru. Retaking the lead in the confessional merited at least a smile, even if the position didn't. That's what I wanted to say. I'm going to leave the hook to Christian.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I've taken every other term in the book. This one is all yours.
I see what you did there.
And there was no percentage. I mean, no percentage.
No percentage as well.
I'll take it. I'll take the hook. So what he meant by the hook is this pawn, which is not like the other. What I mean by that is it's not on its initial position, f7. So this is the most advanced pawn in black's pawn structure. That means that I can use that as a hook to try to break open your pawn structure. I have absolutely every single element in place. I have this beautiful battery, meaning that this pawn on g6 is completely stuck there. You cannot play the move g5. You cannot capture on g5. So I'm just going to make some moves right now. I'm going to make very bad moves for black to illustrate the point. Rook to f8, and now I finally get h5. You cannot take on h5. You lose on the spot because of this battery. And this is going to be the hook that I'm going to play against with the move h4, h5. Hikaru was also mentioning the idea of getting the rook on h1. As you can see, if I manage to get there without black trying to find a defensive mechanism, you're just simply lost. You can see the bar all the way up. That's plus 3.5. That means this is a decisive advantage for white. So utilize the hook, get to that pawn on g6, open up the h file for the rook, and I mean, everything is playing in his favor right now, Gukesh. And the problem is, Gukesh does not have the type of position that he had against Arjun and against Magnus. There's just simply no elements in the position to warrant any hope that you could win this position in any scenario. He's playing without absolutely any risk, Hikaru that is, and right now he's enjoying himself. He's having a tremendous day at the office.
Dirkian, you know Hikaru so well. We have had 3 of his confessions. How do you see his chances looking today? And I would also like to ask you about Gukesh and how he managed to save 2 losing positions against Magnus, against Arjun. And as Christian broke it down, this is a different type of worse position. What are your thoughts on these 2 players?
Well, I think what Hikaru was saying in the confessional, I mean, was very objective, and I think he's very good at that. I mean, his assessment, well, is completely in line with what Vishy and Christian are saying, and so Yeah, in fact, there's nothing special about it except the honesty which he is expected to express. With Gukesh, I'm puzzled, and I mean, in fact, you need an explanation why he makes this misjudgment, and maybe Fishy, is there an explanation for this? I mean, is there some optimism or some expectation that he has why he chooses this recapture? I mean, normally speaking, a blunder can be, or a mistake has some explanation. What is the explanation? I mean, well, you're looking at it, Christian is looking at it, Hikaru is looking at it, and say, well, this is a very unnatural move. So that is what puzzles me.
I think we're also leaping to judgment a little bit, and I would have thought this is an awful move. Maybe it's equal, very similar to Hikaru, except I see the Avel bar, and so I know, no, it's actually confirmed, and then, you know, it changes your view. But for me, I would be slightly tense with H takes G6 as well, because as I mentioned, F7 is still very weak. And so in terms of light squares, it's still not that trivial. But here the problem is I cannot play G5 ever, and so my king is kind of trapped. Look, we all make misjudgments sometimes, and I don't know particularly why Gukesh fell for this one and not for something else. I can't explain it.
One of the things that I think he misjudged, I think he probably did not expect this immediate, or at least he didn't quantify the value of this immediate trade of rooks. I think what he was thinking, maybe you can go G3, but then I keep both rooks, and at some point, maybe I can disrupt this queen from E4. Queen D7, maybe rook to E8, and then it's a much easier defense. But in the absence of these two rooks, there's no way to disrupt this queen from E4. You can try to go queen to D4, for example, after G3, and then you lose on the spot because of this move, queen to E8. You don't have the battery to defend with this move, queen to F8. So you might be wondering, hey, why can't I give you this same checkmate that we've been seeing on the back rank? It is because I have the defensive battery between the bishop and the queen, and I can transition into this endgame, which is equal. This is the dream scenario for Gukesh. If he can get this endgame, that's it, game over, draw. But it's going to be very difficult to force.
I will just point out one little thing. Now, just make a couple of waste moves, and let's execute this H4, H5 plan. H4, H5, rook D8, H G6, so you play H6. Now Queen E8 check, Queen E8. Rook E8, rook E8, Queen F8, takes, Bishop C4, and your king is buried.
This is so sad.
Now the problem is, even when my king wanders all the way to the queen side, your bishop will run out of tempi.
Yes.
And you will have to give a pawn because you have to move. You will no longer be able to stay in your defensive position.
I don't know why the engine is not
this
saying that
particular
this is
one,
completely winning. I have no idea why.
Yeah, maybe H5 right away, but
I
still.
think maybe you get your pawn all the way to A3. This is some... Yes, it does seem to be H5 related. It's very unclear, but anybody...
but I think even H5, G4 or something must be winning. But anyway.
Anybody trying to assess this one from afar is going to say that black is completely losing. So
yes.
Gukesh will never allow this because it just feels like you're completely losing.
And this is really a tough situation for the reigning World Chess Champion. He's already down on the clock, half an hour time disadvantage, and a very difficult position. We will continue wondering why he chose that pawn capture. It seems to be a mistake that he cannot take back. Pawns don't go backwards. But I do want to switch while he's thinking about his move to Norway Chess Women, and we have this key clash between Vaishali and the reigning Women's World Champion, Wenjun. Wenjun is also the tournament leader, so this is a key game for the first place in Norway Chess Women. What do we have on the board, Christian, even if we don't go through the first moves, the current situation?
Yeah, the current situation looks somewhat even. Why am I saying that? It's because of the pawn structure. The pawn structure is very symmetrical. And you can see that white doesn't even have that extra space advantage on the side if this pawn on a5 would, let's say, be on its initial square, where white could potentially get the pawn moving forward down the board. So with that being said, with this very even pawn structure, I just don't simply see any elements to create the imbalance in the position. I see the knight, it's perfectly placed. I mean, sure, you might be attacking it. It doesn't really matter. I will defend it, or I'm going to reroute it on a different square. Once I get the queen out, defend this pawn on d5, get the queen out, maybe get the knight to d6. Those are the type of plans that I'm seeing. I'm not seeing any big advantage from white. I think Wenjun, the world champion, the leader in the competition right now, has achieved her goal out of the opening, and that is to equalize with the black pieces. Vishy, do you have any differing opinions on that one? Before we get into that, I do think Anna wants to say something. Yes.
No, I would love to hear Vishy's thoughts on that because I have something else to say.
Okay.
Secret.
Perfect. Vishy.
No, this looks very even. Even the slight asymmetry of a4, a5 is not enough to really unbalance anything. I mean, if everything was on dark squares and light squares, that would be perfect symmetry. But here, even this little factor which could keep something is, so this one is dead.
That's nicely put. Anna, yes.
I just wanted to bring up the bird's eye view for a moment because there are 6 games going on here at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. So much to play for today. We are going to take a short break, but when we are back, there is plenty to talk about. And we also want to, of course, bring on our game theory experts soon to know more about who is likely to win the competition. Looking good for Hikaru Nakamura today. Gukesh might be in trouble, but there's so much still to play for. See you very shortly after our break.
Welcome back to Norway Chess. How do you feel?
I feel great. Whenever I was in Norway, I had good memories, good tournaments. So, yeah, glad to be back here.
You have achieved so much at a young age. How do you keep yourself grounded to chess?
I think it's just that to know these are just steps in the long journey, and there is still a lot more to achieve and prove. And also, like when you go back to basics, when you understand why. In some moments, it's tough to remember this, but to understand why you started playing chess, then you get back to where you need to be.
And why did you start to play chess?
Because I simply love the game.
Yeah, it makes sense. What do you do to feel normal in daily life? Because we know that you are a superstar in India and not only, and people sees you as an extraordinary person. How you're dealing with that?
I guess this one of the things that, I mean, soon after the World Championship, that changed a bit. Like in India, especially in Chennai, when I go out, it was like I was getting recognized more than before. But yeah, I've learned to deal with it. I've settled into it. It's been a few months, so it's all good now. Yeah, I guess the people around me, it's always nice to spend time with them, my closest friends, my family. So that's a nice thing. And also, like, I've learned to go out with some, mask and stuff so that I can...
Really? Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, it's like sometimes when I go out, I mean, it depends on the place. Like when I want to go to some place where, it's crowded, I wear something like a mask or something. But I don't get like recognized too much in all the places. So yeah, just to know the safe places and go.
Do you mean these the mask that we're using at the hospitals, or like a mask like?
Yeah, not exactly a mask, for example. Like
okay. Like sunglasses and stuff like
something
that.
Like that.
Yeah. Oh wow. How do you handle the pressure that all this title and the amount of the people follows you from your country and not only?
It's one of the things that comes with the title, the extra expectations or the pressure. But expectations I've gotten used to since a very young age. There has always been some expectations from when I was 12, since I became a grandmaster. So it's a new level, but I see it as a challenge and to prove to myself that I can handle this. I can still, like, even though the expectations are high, I can meet them if I keep working hard and doing the right things.
Is there something that you have back in your head during the game, or you are just locked in your particular game and you don't really think about if some people will like your game or dislike your result?
I think these kind of random thoughts, they come all the time, especially in a classical game where you play for 5 hours. You cannot be like fully thinking about the game. I mean, all kinds of random thoughts come and go, but important thing is to, I guess, recognize them and then come back to the present moment and focus on the move that you're making. So,
what has been the hardest adjustment for you to change from chess prodigy now to a player, chess elite player?
I guess the toughest challenge is that you cannot have weak moments, basically. Like, in a lower level, if you have a bit of an inconsistent period, you play one good game, then next day you play a bad game. Sometimes you're not, most of the time you're not punished because the opposition is not that strong. But now if you have weak moments in the tournaments that I'm playing these days, you get punished literally every time. So it's about being consistent, every day giving you 100%. If you don't, then because the level, the difference in the level is basically very, very small. Everybody is capable of beating each other on any given day. So I think the biggest challenge is you being consistent, giving 100% every single day.
Playing at Norway Chess for the first time ever since you became the world champion, is this the tournament and the place that you are going to prove your ground, or this is just another step in your chess career?
In classical chess, I've already played a few tournaments that kind of proved whatever needs to be proved, I think. And right now the focus is not more about proving. It's not that, the World Championship is not where I want to stop my career. I want to go beyond that. So it's not about proving, but improving myself and going beyond where I am now.
Talking about not stopping at the highest title that you already achieved, do you believe that your purpose in life not only includes the chess, but there is something bigger milestone?
Yeah, most of my goals are chess related, and to keep working hard to have a long career, to achieve things. And in my life, I guess, to no matter the achievements, no matter how the results go, to be grounded, to be a good person. I think that is one of the goals. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And here at Norway Chess, a lot of chess fans, including myself, are very much looking forward to see your game against Magnus Carlsen. What is your take on that match to play against Magnus?
Yeah, it'll be a very interesting game and a fun challenge. The first classical game since becoming world champion, but also I think in 24 we didn't play a classical game, if I remember right. So it's been a while, so it'll be a fun challenge. And also for the spectators, it's something, the world champion versus the #1 player in the world. It's something that sounds exciting. So it's surely something I'm very happy to give, to myself and the chess fans. Yeah, I hope it'll be a treat.
Would you like to take that match to the Armageddon? And if so, which color would you prefer to play against Magnus?
I guess we anyways play both colors, yeah. So yeah, Armageddon or classical, just going there and giving my 100% is
how can someone start to play chess and become a chess player from zero?
I guess you first learn the rules. And any chess player starting, you learn the basics, to develop the pieces, the checkmating patterns with queen, rooks, stuff like that. Yeah, at least that's how I started.
Yeah, that's the starter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
How does it feel to be called a god of chess when you are not even retired?
I'm not sure I necessarily agree, but I kind of like it.
You like it? The next question is, what is more stressful, Armageddon game or marriage?
Armageddon games can be fun, but also can be stressful at times. Same goes for marriage, so I think they're equal. They're different, but very also the same.
Describe your opening prep in 3 emojis.
Confused, satisfied, confused.
If you could make one chess rule illegal forever, what?
I think the only chess rule that I can come up with that I think is dumb is that you start with the same position.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and the Norway Chess women. This is day 8 already, and the action is heating up. Our key clash of the day is the game of reigning world chess champion Gukesh against world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura, and it seems like Hikaru has a really good chance to stop Gukesh and his winning streak. But let's hear from the one, the only Hikaru Nakamura from the confessional booth again.
All right, so people are probably wondering why I'm spending every minute in here like the old days. Main reason is simply because there's not a whole lot to think about in my game from my standpoint. Of course, I was wrong about the position. Black has defenses to stop this whole h4, h5. Pretty much as soon as I talked about it in here, I realized there was rook f8 with queen d4 type ideas. But nonetheless, when I think about my position, I'm pretty happy. It's a question of which endgame I want or which endgame he wants. I mean, either Gukesh has to go for a queen d4 with a7 pawn and c7 pawn versus a2 and c2, or he has to go c6, queen d5 to try and split the pawns with a7 and d5. Either way, I mean, absolutely no risk for me. I get to play forever, or at least until the cows come home. So I feel pretty good about it. Long game ahead, but this is pretty much all that I could have asked for considering the very tame opening that I played. So things are rolling along. Magnus and Wei Yi are going to draw very soon. I don't know if it'll be in like 5 moves. 10 minutes, they're going to draw. Arjun's game looks imbalanced, but I think Fabiano should be okay with the knights on e4 and potentially c4 down the road. So that's the update for the games, and I'll probably be back here again just because I expect Gukesh to have to burn a lot of time on every move at this point.
Hikaru has all the time to play until the cows come home, he says. Let's break down the moves that he mentioned. Christian.
Yes, so he did say that finally, after spending some time in the confessional and coming back to the board, immediately clicked to him as to what the options are for Black to defend. And what he meant by that is rook to f8. Let's say you go with the usual, well, after king to g2, a5, h4. With the rook on f8, you have this additional idea of proposing the queen trade, because the rook on f8 is covering up the 8th rank. Right now, queen to e8 doesn't really come with a lot of consequences. In fact, you might allow queen to f2, and this might be even better for Black. So there's no check. I'm not forced to capture this queen. So with the rook on f8, I can propose this queen trade. This is what Hikaru was meaning. But also, what Hikaru was saying, is that any endgame that we're going to see with these 4 pawns, either here on a7, c7, a2, c2, or as Hikaru just placed it on d5, the queen on d5, and then we get this endgame with the pawn on d5. Both of these endgames are completely risk-free for Hikaru, and he's going to be playing them until the cows come home, which is usually pretty late. I think that's the case, right? I think that's the saying.
I would
not
hope.
100% sure.
I would hope that's what it means, but I think we should ask Dr. Mehmet Mars about it. And your outfit of today, I think that's why Hikaru is saying the cows come home, the horses, the cowboy challenge took place on the rest day. And Mehmet, you had a key role on that day with the players. Please tell us about it, and welcome to the studio.
Thank you. So I was a cowboy prisoner in the sheriff's office, and the players were trying to save me. And I was saying, like, please save me, Magnus, Ella, please save me, everybody. And I'm glad to say that world champions, Gukesh and Wenjun, saved me finally. That was amazing.
I'm glad that they managed to rescue you from the prison and that you are with us for the Game Theory Corner. This is a fascinating segment of our show when we get to see what are the odds of the players? What are the chances? What is the most recent statistics? Mehmet, please break it down to us.
Absolutely. So we can check Nakamura Gukesh game, basically. And this is also very much a learning experience for me, because Norway Chess Human War is a bar that incorporates more human elements. But hopefully its understanding is actually much better than me. So I'm listening to, to you, Christian, to world champion, 5-time world champion Viswanathan Anand, to also understand whether their opinions agree with the human bar or not. And for me, it's a very much learning experience. And Christian said that here Nakamura is basically risk-free in that situation.
Completely, yes. I don't see a scenario where White could lose this game. I don't think Hikaru sees that. I'm sure Gukesh right now is not even dreaming about those type of scenarios. All he wants to do is equalize the position. Does he have a chance to equalize this position?
Yes, so it's basically the human bar says that it's a 2-result game, either White wins or a draw. However, winning chances are slightly greater than the drawing chances.
How much?
So 55,
What's the percentage?
45.
55 for a victory for Hikaru, 45 for a draw. Any percentage points for a victory for Gukesh?
Very less than 1%.
So 0 point something.
Yeah, 0.0 something, and this is less than when Magnus Carlsen made a blunder in the endgame against Gukesh. At that point, it was giving exactly 1% to Gukesh.
That makes a lot of sense because we had a lot of pieces on the board at that point. There were some imbalances in the position. At this point, there's no imbalances in this one. And the only player that can hope for a victory is White, obviously, via this plan. Getting the pawn all the way to h5, get the rook on h1, and just blast open through Black's position, Black's pawn structure on the king side. Do you think it's going to happen, Beckman?
I mean, opposite color bishop endgames, for me, I feel like they are draws, but we also talked a couple of days ago here. I remember like several months ago, Caruana converted in a, opposite colors bishop endgame, where I would say that I would draw it 100 out of 100%. And he converted again against Wei Yi yesterday, an opposite colored bishop endgame, which again looked to me as a draw. I would draw it 100 out of 100 games, but still he managed to convert. So obviously these are the best players in the world, and they know how to convert these positions. And it's for me, it's at this point, it's very hard to make a prediction against Gukesh because we've seen his resilience time and time again. And he has saving chances, of course. There will be a lot of, maybe there will be some positions where there's going to be only one winning move. I think that's what Gukesh will be trying to, do here. And at that situation, it will all depend on whether Hikaru Nakamura has enough time to calculate, the moves. But it does seem like he's ahead on the clock. He has a lot of time. So if he's not rushing it, it's going to be very hard for Gukesh.
Not only that he's ahead on the clock, but he's spending on each and every move a lot of time. Gukesh, that is, he's feeling uncomfortable. Let's talk game theory, Mehmet, and tell us, going into the final three, who has the biggest chance of winning this event?
So if we can, I'm not sure if we can see the probabilities there. So Caruana took the lead, and for the first time in the predictions, he actually also took the lead in the predictions from Carlsen. So Caruana is the favorite going into the last 3 rounds. Obviously, today anything can happen. Followed by Carlsen, and Gukesh has a good chances to win, not considering the games today. So these were the predictions before today. In both open section and women's section, there is 3 basic main contenders for winning this tournament. These are Caruana, Carlsen, and Gukesh. And we can check the women's tournament as well. So in the women's tournament, it has been already for several rounds. The competition is between Wenjun, Anna Muzichuk, and Hampi Konero. Here, again, the probabilities are very close to each other, about 30%, 26%, 30% for Wenjun, and very close winning chances for Muzichuk and Konero. Another interesting statistic here is that Wenjun has been the most accurate player in this tournament so far. If I remember well, she was the most accurate player last year too. She's been playing very accurately. She almost didn't make any blunders except in the Muzichuk game. So it's very interesting to see her style versus Anna Muzichuk and Konero Hampi's style. They both took risks, and it sometimes pays off and it sometimes doesn't pay off, but they are doing very well. And so the competition is open. A win is worth 3 points. Anyone who wins in this round will jump ahead.
And I'm giving you some assignments. Are you ready for this? Can we get one of those probability bars to update real time based on the live position Norway bar?
Oh yeah,
Imagine that.
Yes.
Imagine that. Symbiosis between those two.
This is possible. Yes,
we should do that.
This is possible
for next year's Norway Chess.
For sure. Yeah.
There you go.
Dirk, when you see those charts, how do you feel about what it's saying? And would you agree that that is the win probability? What would you guess as the top 3 for both fields? And who will win the tournament?
Well, it's interesting because it gives us a lot to analyze. And as Mehmet says, Wenjun last year, she was the most precise player. And I think if you're looking at the format of Norway Chess, then maybe Wenjun is the best Norway Chess player we have around. I mean, she plays very precisely. Maybe she avoids certain risks, and she's ruthless in the Armageddon. So that's where she decided the tournament in her favor last year, right? And it could very well be that she's doing that again. What I was wondering is, with the unique prize fund that we have here, to what extent can you include, let's say, psychological factors? Like, I think that for the women who are not used to these big amounts, probably the wish or the tension in their search for victory is bigger than for the men who are used to bigger prize money. I mean, is that something that you think plays a role, or that you can include in your predictions?
Absolutely. I think that's a very interesting suggestion. I definitely personally think that it does play a role. Such a big prize fund, equal prize fund as in the open section.
Yeah.
So that must play a role. However, it's true that these predictions do not take the prize fund into account.
No.
It's a good open question, I would say, to think about, how to incorporate this and how to compare, in their performance in some other tournaments versus Norway Chess.
Yeah.
Norway Chess is like, we were talking with someone today, it's like a mini, maybe not even mini, it's like a candidates, the world's top players playing candidates tournament with a big prize fund.
Yeah.
And in that case, they obviously want to win it. Do they take more risks in Norway Chess compared to other tournaments? I think these are very interesting questions, and that needs to be, answered.
Very interesting point, and I'm afraid that Magnus Carlsen is not going to take more chances today. It seems like his game against China's #1 player Wei Yi is heading toward a draw. This is move 26. The players cannot offer a draw. in the first 30 moves. But in a few moves' time, we could see a handshake and we could see an Armageddon. Christian, your thoughts on the game?
Oh, absolutely. This is just going to be over in a matter of minutes. I don't want to say seconds because obviously the players are still trying to find the path towards complete equality, but it is pretty much complete equality. There's absolutely no way to break for either sides on either the king side, the left side of the board, or the right side of the board. White will take a pawn. White has the opportunity of being a pawn up after bishop takes e7, but this pawn is absolutely irrelevant in the position. What I'm going to do as black, I'm going to continue exchanging pawns with the move g4, and that's exactly what we're headed towards. Take, take, we're going to see g4 right now, and white is going to have to react. And most likely we're going to see the exchange. What you don't want to do, really, you don't want to do this, and that's exactly what he did. He took on g4. You don't want to play the move f4, because after this, I get to get a passed pawn on the h file, h4, h3, and I'm getting close to promotion. In fact, you lose that. Catching up with the players, we see a bunch of trades. The pawn goes to g3. Even if you get all the way to f3 as black and attack the pawn on g3, it is connected to the bishop, to the defense of the bishop. This is over. Now they're going to shuffle the bishop. They're going to go bishop f5 or bishop e6, bishop d6, bishop c7, back and forth, and agree to a draw.
There's the handshake. This is the first result of the day. Wei Yi makes a draw against Magnus Carlsen. But we are happy that that means more chess. There will be an Armageddon game starting in about 15 minutes time. So don't go anywhere. Wei Yi and Magnus Carlsen will need to fight it out in a faster time control where white has more time, but black has draw odds. And when it comes to Armageddon, I do want to highlight that Wei Yi has had a tremendous score this year in Armageddon. He has beaten everybody in the field except for Arjun Erigaisi. And when I say everybody, he won his previous match against Magnus Carlsen. He won that game in Armageddon. So what do you think when it comes to this matchup before we head to Norway Chess Women? That is it that Wei Yi actually has a really good chance in Armageddon, even though his opponent is a world #1 called Magnus Carlsen?
Well, it's clear that if we have any doubts about Magnus's motivation in this Armageddon game, he will be super motivated. He's lost to Wei Yi. He wants to correct that. I mean, I would put my money on Magnus now. It will mean a lot to him, that game.
Interesting. Any more predictions, Mehmet? I want everyone's opinion. So, Dirkjan, you're saying Magnus will win in Armageddon. Mehmet?
Oh, yes. I mean, Wei Yi, as you said, is a great player in Armageddon. And sort of because before this tournament, I need to take into account, how he would do in Armageddon. And I approximated that with his blitz rating and, blitz performance. And after his comeback, after studying in the university, he did very well in blitz tournaments. He's very, very good player. So, it's going to be a game, definitely. Magnus Carlsen is going to want to win, as Dirkjan mentioned. I'm just looking forward to the game. I don't know what to predict at this point, but I would, if I had to bet, I would definitely bet, of course, on Magnus Carlsen. We have already Armageddon statistics, and we will show you everybody some Armageddon statistics, and you'll see that Magnus Carlsen is absolutely top in Armageddon, even though he lost to Wei Yi in the first round.
Interesting. I'm going to pick Wei Yi, and I want you, Christian, to also make a call before we head to Anand Muzichuk's game against Lei Tingjie.
Magnus all the way.
Okay,
Magnus all the way on this one.
Here in the studio. I think Wei Yi will win. He's going to have more time. He already won the first Armageddon. I am going to go with my prediction there.
No, despite the fact that Magnus lacks motivation right now, he loves playing rapid and blitz. He loves playing fast time control. And what he does not want to do is lose. He's still Magnus Carlsen. He hates losing. He's not going to lose with the black pieces against Wei Yi. If he had white against Wei Yi, probably at that point I would have maybe be more inclined to pick Wei Yi. But with the black pieces, I think it's going to be extremely difficult for Wei Yi to get an advantage. I'm going to pick Magnus all the way.
Interesting thoughts, and we're going to see that Armageddon game starting in about 15 minutes time. And until then, let's check the game of Anand Muzichuk and Lei Tingjie. This is still in contention for the first place in Norway Chess Women. Anna was the leader of the tournament until yesterday when Wenjun won her classical game, and she's still, with a win in this game, she could leapfrog Ju Wenjun. Let's take a look at the current situation, Christian, after this rook has just landed on that beautiful rank, attacking the black pawns.
Absolutely, it did land on a very beautiful square. The problem is the position is just too simple right now. White has a couple of threats, very easy to spot, very easy to defend against. Black has exactly the same amount of threats, a couple of threats, very easy to spot, easy to defend against. So rook to e7, it looks like there's something, but after I just simply pick up the pawn on a4, there's not much in this position. And in fact, let's say you go something like c3, right? Or maybe you want to get a bit more aggressive. You're saying, you know what, I'm going to go with the rook on the 7th rank. I want to checkmate you with the move queen on the right side of the board. But the problem is, again, this is what I'm talking about when I say easy threats to spot. You're threatening to checkmate me. I'll defend it. You can take a pawn in the meantime. You can target that pawn on c7 either with a rook or the queen. But the problem is you have some problems as well in your position, especially this pawn on a2. So this one, we're just going to see a bunch of trades. I think the position is simple enough that is going to most likely end in a draw in the next few minutes. This one as well seems to be going towards Armageddon.
I mean, we are happy for that, aren't we? This is the only tournament where the viewers, fans, us here in the studio, we are happy for draws because it leads to even more chess. There is no such thing as a boring day in Stavanger because every match has something on the line, and that is there's gonna be a winner no matter what. So in case of a draw, we're gonna get to see a faster time control Armageddon. I am thrilled to see Armageddon games, and that could mean a lot for the standings.
What's the bar saying, Mehmet, on this one? Is it completely even right now?
It is. So the bar says most likely it's going to be a draw, 60% it's draw probability in this case.
Only 60%?
Exactly.
I would put it at 95%.
So what's the other 40% that either of the players can win?
Yes, 20% basically for Anna and 20% for Lei. So it's a most likely draw, but there's small winning chances for either side. So
This
it's a very
is where
much
I disagree with the bar. I would say 90% draw, 5% each to win the game.
We'll see. This is now a personal competition between Christian and the Norway Chess evaluation bar. So we'll continue reporting on this
Nothing
matter.
against you, Mehmet. I'm just having a big competition with the bar right now.
But one question, Mehmet, is this 20% is that purely based on this position, or is it also based on previous games?
Yes, so it's based on this position, taking into account the complexity of the position and the timings of the players. But so the thing is, there is not much time pressure here. So I think I trust Christian more than. So he's been guessing correctly. He's been just making the predictions, and in 1 minute it comes up.
Yes, so time is a factor that is included.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're completely even on the clock. 1 hour and 10 minutes each. In fact, 30 seconds right now, completely even on the dot.
That's a very good point. I think we're going to let Lei Ting-Jie think it through, and we will definitely come back to this game and see if the bar was right or if Christian was right. I do want to talk to you, Durkheim, about your career, because you have been editor at the most respected, the most widely spread newspaper in chess called New in Chess, and you have interviewed basically every top chess player out there. Can you please walk us through some of your most precious memories or interviews that up to this day you think of that day like, wow, that was such a good conversation? Moments like when you get to hear sometimes from the daily life or the more human side of the players. What are your favorite moments when you interview these top chess players?
Well, that's a very tough one because there have been so many. You're going to look at, let's say, the great classics from the past that were still alive that you spoke to. That is interesting. The young ones. Well, let's say Judith Polgar. She was a phenomenon, and at some point she came to Amsterdam, and she was beating these, grown-up grandmasters, and she was 12 years old.
12 years old.
Yes, and there was an awful lot of press attention, but she declined everything. There were just 3 things that she did. That was the national news, And there was a girls' magazine that she spoke to, and she spoke to me. And what I found fascinating then was that Judith was already fully in charge. When she told me how many minutes I would get, she was pointing at her watch when she thought...
At the age of 12, Judith Polgar, by the way, the greatest female chess player of all time. But in this moment, she's 12 years old, and she's telling you how much time you have for the interview, already fully in control of it. Wow.
Absolutely. And I remember that I had another interview with her years later, and we were supposed to go somewhere, and a journalist was talking to Sophie, her sister, and that was taking too long to Judith's idea. And she looked at me, she says, she still has got so much to learn. No, but of course she was brilliant and very, very witty. But just the idea that you're talking to a 12-year-old girl and you go home and you think, oh, that was an interesting lady. So, and of course she became the greatest female chess player of all time. So definitely those moments when you feel privileged to have a front row seat in chess history. I did many interviews with Garry Kasparov when he was world champion, and we had this agreement that we will always talk. Yeah, so they are on the right, and that's...
Oh, wow.
That's in Linares. He had given a press conference, and we were walking home to the hotel. The other one, I think that's until... Well, you see on the top, on the right, on the left is Fishy. He's spectating.
Oh, I can see him there, standing, spectating the analysis between Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov.
Yeah, right. And there it's... Gorbachev, he came to the opening of the World Championship match in 2012 in Moscow. And at some time I was going around, and then Nigel Short came to me and says, well, you know, I don't need to be in any photos, but I'm going to be in a photo with Gorby. And I said, and I'm going to be in a photo with Gorby too. So that's what we did. And on the bottom, that is one of the most special tournaments that I ever went to. That was in Greenland. And we're sitting there because of the flies, the mosquitoes. I mean,
I was wondering what's on the head. What are you wearing? What's happening?
It's just to protect
mosquitoes?
you. Yeah, there were thousands of them, and which you can see in the photo. When we arrived there by boat, I saw people with these things on their head, and I thought, well, don't be childish. And within 5 minutes, I went to buy one myself. This was the organizer of the tournament. And on the left, on the top, that is the Fischer Spassky table in Reykjavik. Of course, I'm acting as if I understand anything of this initial position. So, these are just impressions. Yeah.
Wow, this collection and all the memories. You've been in the chess world as a journalist and as a tournament director for so long. Can you also tell us about the tournaments that you organized?
Well, I was lucky that I was asked to be the tournament director of the Monaco tournaments, the AMPA tournaments, which at that point were the finest tournaments in the world. Every player wanted to be there. Getting an invitation there. You were completely spoiled. So the players, they were treated like royalty. And for 2 weeks, they played rapid and blindfold. And blindfold is something what we don't see a lot these days, or hardly anything. But the players, they reached incredible levels. Just imagine you're sitting there and you're playing without sight of the board. And there were players like Kramnik. He would say, for me, it doesn't make any difference if there is a board or not.
Oh, wow. Is this a photo from that tournament?
This was the opening ceremony, and we needed something for the drawing of lots. And I said, could we have some sunglasses? And then the ladies of the office, they went out, and these are all, I don't know, Prada, Versace sunglasses, and everyone could, of course, take them home. And you recognize, Fishy is there in the middle, and behind him is Kramnik. On the right, there's like a mafia boss's Boris Gelfand. Most of them look like mafia bosses, of course.
Including Magnus in the middle there.
Magnus, you can see he's enjoying himself with this. And, well, there's Topalov, there's Anish Giri, very young Anish Giri. Sergei Kayakin, well... So this was the line, obviously. Grishuk is there. Ivanchuk, he's the fourth from the right. Ivanchuk is the only player who played all 20 AMBA tournaments.
20 tournaments. Wow.
Yes, yeah. And he won a couple of those.
So it was blitz and blindfold. Can you tell our viewers what blindfold chess is?
Yeah, well, they would be sitting at a computer with an empty board, and so they would click on the starting field or the square of the piece, and then where it went to, and then you would release it, and the opponent would just see that one move, and at some point after the opponent made their move, then it disappeared. So you had to have the position in your head, which is, I mean, for me it's very difficult. But for these guys, and well, they were mainly guys, but Judith also played there, of course, and which was very impressive.
It's always impressive to see blindfold, blitz, and the abilities of these top chess grandmasters. Christian, when it comes to blindfold chess, Arjun, Fabiano, who's got the better calculation, imagination, thinking ahead without seeing the moves?
That's very difficult to say. I know Fabiano very well personally. I know what he's capable of. He's extremely good whenever he calculates, whenever his visualization is top-notch. But at the same time, we're seeing Arjun all the time looking somewhere, but not at the chessboard, right? So he obviously is very much used to analyzing with his eyes closed and trying to spot the differences in that regard. Now, whether one is better than the other, I cannot tell you. I'm sorry, I cannot tell you. And even if I would be able to tell you, and it would be Arjun, I wouldn't tell you that.
I see that.
Because Fabi's watching the stream after that, he's like, Christian, really, are you? You think Arjun is better than me?
I saw that at some point you were talking about Magnus's preparation, and you rightly said, okay, there's very few people who are better prepared than him, because he's maybe not working actively, but he's thinking about chess all the time.
He's thinking about chess, but he also has played so many tournaments, and more specifically, so many World Championship matches. And whenever you play a World Championship match, you gain so much knowledge. Not because you look at a lot of openings, but because you get very intimate with a lot of ideas, right? You get to practice them for hours on end against your peers and your team. You don't get that whenever you're preparing for a regular tournament.
Yeah.
A match is a match, and it gives you a lot, and Magnus played a lot of those matches while he was a world champion.
But what I wanted to say was that the way Magnus thinks about chess when he's going for a walk, we saw Vasily Ivanchuk in the photo, and he's one of the biggest starers in history. Yes. I mean, we're always looking at a distance, and I think that he also told me that very often he's at home and he's just lying on the couch and he's working in his head. He doesn't need the board, he's just thinking. And so in that sense, these people, they find it not too difficult to play blindfold. And you must have gone for countless walks with Fabiano, and you're talking about positions.
Of course, yeah.
And you don't need the board.
Of course, of course. I mean, this is the language that we as chess players have at our disposal. And that's why I think, in general, if you are serious about learning chess, you should probably look into notation. Notation is extremely important, because then you get to chat with other chess players about games without even looking at the board, and that's great training as well.
Sure.
Speaking of this position, let's take a look at this one. Get back to chess for just a second. And before we get back to chess, because this just kind of popped in clear in my face, 1 hour and 27 minutes for Arjun, only 42 minutes for Fabiano. That's like, I don't know, my math is not great, but that's 45 minutes.
That is huge, and there is no increment. We got to emphasize that there is no increment. So this is still move 19. Fabiano has 42 minutes for the rest of the game, basically.
This already tells me that Fabiano is not comfortable with the position. Fabiano is not feeling good about this one. He wants to equalize the position, but he has not found a clear way to equalize the position. And Arjun must be quite happy with the opening outcome. And right now he has a couple of options. The most obvious options are just simply picking up the pawns. That's one pawn that right now I can pick up with my bishop. And that's another pawn right there that I can pick up with my rook. So those are the two options. Now, I do feel like just taking this pawn on a7 comes with a lot of risk, for the simple fact that b6 is a problem, and that traps the bishop there. But if you go through the calculation and through the motions, I do think that it's worth it. You take on d5, that's a second pawn, and even if you manage to somehow get to my bishop, somehow, first of all, you're going to have to spend a lot of resources to do so. But if you do manage to get to my bishop, I'm going to have the option to sacrifice it for the third pawn. So that's going to be 3 pawns for a piece. Even that is compensation, and you still haven't gotten to my bishop yet. So I do believe that bishop a7 is a clear idea that Arjun has and probably will give him a slight advantage. Nevertheless, Black is not going to go b6. Black is going to try to reshuffle this bishop. Every single time you're assessing a position, you should probably look at ideas of how to improve my pieces. What is my worst piece in the position? Right now, it does seem like this bishop is not doing as much. The rook is looking nicely at this pawn. The knight is very nicely placed on a spider type of position where it can look at so many squares and controls so many squares. And the bishop is not really doing anything. So I would put it on f5. Anna, what do you think?
I think that this is exactly what Arjun is calculating, and he needs to take the time to calculate it. You don't just go and sacrifice or potentially get your bishop trapped without thinking it through. We're going to give him the time to think it through, because you mentioned an interesting word, notation, and I think we want to explain what does that mean? What's chess notation? And we also want to know how to read this, Mehmet. We have some Armageddon statistics because there is a game that's about to start, Magnus Carlsen's Armageddon. Please tell us about Magnus Carlsen's record in Armageddon.
It is, well, basically everybody knows so by now that Magnus Carlsen is, is a great player in all formats. But Armageddon, he doesn't have, there are no official Armageddon ratings. Here I calculated all Armageddon games in Norway Chess since 2019. So there have been more than 180 Armageddon games. Magnus Carlsen played 39 games and with a performance rating of almost 3,000. So in chess, chess players are ranked according to performance ratings. And now the Armageddon games starting between Magnus Carlsen and Wei Yi. I'm happy to, continue explaining these statistics, but I can imagine that our viewers want to see this action.
And they want to see whether the 3,000 rating performance will show on the board. Wei Yi has the white pieces. He has more time. He starts with 10 minutes, but Black has draw odds and 7 minutes starting time. So more time for white, but draw odds for Black. Here in the studio, we predicted that Magnus wins. There's 3 votes for Magnus. I voted for Wei Yi, so let's see. Let's see who's gonna be right. Christian.
Well, it's too early to tell right now, Anna, but we did see somewhat of a surprise coming from white from Wei Yi. Did not start with knight to f3, which we've seen in so many games, but he started with bishop to c4. Second move, bishop to c4, getting the bishop out first. Now, what this incentivized Black to do was to go c6 to try to look at ideas of d5 and get the center like that, and that's exactly where we stand right now. We see this position with the pawn on c6 and d6 ready to go to d5 potentially, the pawn on c3 and the pawn on d3 ready to counter that. So this is what I'm seeing right now. It's still too early to tell who got the advantage out of the opening. I predict this is going to be somewhat of a slow game. And It
Slow
does look like a
game-
Joko piano.
Slow game as
which
in
means
the
slow game.
opening and the strategy, but not slow in terms of the time control, because the players only have 9.5 minutes, that's what's left for Wei Yi, and 6 minutes for Magnus Carlsen. There is no increment until the players reach move 40, so there's gonna be a good bit of time scramble and time pressure to look forward to.
6 minutes and counting. And it's counting fast.
Yeah.
Magnus has not played yet. This is a bit troubling because we're still very early in the game and the position is not super complex. So it surprises me that Magnus is already spending a lot of time on his decisions. Knight to F8, saying, you know what, I don't want to castle first. I want to get this knight first, either G6 or E6, and only after I will put my king to safety on G8.
Interesting choice, and that means he's saying, hey, my king is okay in the middle of the board because the position is very closed. There are no open files, there are no ways to get to the black king. I'm really curious what way he will play and whether our bar jumping ahead and showing that white's position is getting better. It's criticizing this knight move, it's saying it's slow, Christian.
Yes. What I have to do is, as I just highlighted on the board, get the pressure going on F7. This is the weak spot in your position. And what Magnus is trying to do is cover it up with either bishop to E6 or knight to E6. The problem is after queen to B3, and you're seeing this huge battery looking at that pawn on F7, you need to cover up. You cannot cover up with the bishop, or at least it's not a good idea to do so, because you leave something behind, and that is the pawn on B7. You lose that, you lose a lot in the position. In fact, you're just simply going to be in a hopeless position. You have to cover it up with the knight, because that covers at the same time this pawn on F7 and the pawn on B7. Bishop is still there. These are the type of ideas that Wei is considering. And with this knight on E6, and there's no more bishop to G4, it covers up this diagonal. I have intentions of piling on pressure in the center with the move D4. I think this will give Wei, the Chinese, an incredible advantage out of the opening if he manages to find all of these moves.
Surely this is what he's thinking about. He has been thinking for over 1.5 minutes by now. Dirkian, do you think that we're going to see this queen move targeting the F7 pawn and trying to take advantage of Magnus's slow maneuvering move?
It could be. I mean, what I find interesting is that Wei Yi, he was in fact the first crown prince that Magnus ever named. When he was, well, the first 15-year-old who crossed 2700, and then Magnus, he said, well, that is a potential world champion contender. He hasn't, well, he hasn't fully lived up to that. But
but he's living up to the queen bishop battery at least,
absolutely.
and the attack. He is going for Magnus. He wants to beat the world #1, Magnus Carlsen.
He followed exactly the plan that we prescribed with queen b3 followed by d4 to set up this pressure in the center. And Magnus said, you know what, queen c7, what I'm looking at maybe is not even going for the short castle. There you have it, short castle. I was thinking maybe he even wants to go long castle, hide the king on the other side. But he decides for short castle, and this is what we have right now. How do you continue increasing the pressure? I just want to point out the fact that Wei, he's spending too much time. He's burning too much of his clock right now.
He started with 3 extra minutes, and right now it's only a minute of advantage. So he is burning his time advantage, and Black has draw odds. This is the Armageddon game. It's crucial that he speeds up. Time is one of the biggest factors here for White.
That's his advantage. The position, as you can see, is quite balanced, but he does have a big advantage. Well, he had a big advantage on the clock. Right now, only about a minute or so left from that advantage.
He pushes the pawn.
A4.
And Magnus stops the white pawn from being able to push further
There might be some problems with this move. This advance for Black leaves behind a lot of squares, specifically that square B6, and he goes for it. Knight to C4, he's looking, eyeing that square intently right now. Not only that, but the knight on C4 is also looking at the square in the center, pawn on E5. This one is looking good, guys. The pressure is mounting on the Norwegian.
I'm feeling good about my prediction. I mean, I'm usually not good at predicting results, but hey, I mean, he's got all the chances, doesn't he?
He's looking good right now.
Mehmet, what do you think when it comes to your human intuition without the bar? Just you and your thoughts when you look at this game.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, this looks like a blitz game. to me, which makes sense. And Wei Yi is trying to keep up the pressure. So yeah, it's like, to me it looks like a very complicated position. I don't know where to put my rook. I would probably put b8, rather than a7.
He went for it. Yep.
This seems to be natural. The knight, white's knight there on b6 looks really good to me. So it's sort of, protected by the queen, and the dark squared bishop can protect it later as well, if need be. But for now, there is no need for that.
That's why I think black should probably go bishop d8. Say, you know what, I don't like this knight on b6. Kick it backwards with a move bishop to d8. I don't want to give you the opportunity to go bishop e3 and d5, what you said, to defend this knight on b6. Cement it with the help of your bishop. I don't want to give you that opportunity. Bishop d8 right now.
Is it what Magnus is about to play? He was going to reach for a piece, and then he pulled his arm back.
Yep.
Bishop to d8.
Yep,
yeah.
He played it.
Yeah.
And the trade. The knight was attacked, it had to retreat, or it had to capture the bishop. So now white has the pair of bishops, which we consider a long-term advantage.
To be honest, white has the pair of bishops, also has the central control. So I'm liking this one, at least from a practical perspective, also from an objective perspective. Right now, it is white who has the advantage. He has the advantage and the edge on the clock as well. 5 minutes against 3 minutes 53. Pressure is on Magnus, but Magnus, I mean, if anybody can defend this type of positions and get out of this danger, it's him.
He's surely highly motivated to do so. Durkan, you already highlighted how the first encounter between the two of them was an Armageddon win for Wei Yi, and Magnus usually doesn't like those things. He wants to correct the score.
Well, it looks great for white, but you feel that he needs a knockout at some point, because if Magnus stays in the game, I mean, he's a great fighter, and at some point it will be his turn. For some reason, I still have full faith in Magnus.
I think we can understand that. World number one, and for such a long time, Magnus Carlsen has been the king of Armageddon throughout Norway chess history. He's trying to trade queens.
By the way, you might be looking on the right screen, side of your screen, on those funny-looking lines. That means when you see a bar that it's all the way in white's advantage, that means white has a great advantage in that respective game, and that's Nakamura versus Gukesh right there.
We'll go there after the Armageddon, of course, because this is huge. The reigning World Chess Champion could very well be in huge trouble today against Hikaru Nakamura. Is the world number one in trouble? Now, that's the question in this Armageddon game.
Let's see, knight to e4. The knight jumps in the center. I like this idea for black. I like this idea and the sequence that we've seen from Magnus. d5, strike in the center, wait for the response, and then plant a knight, a beautiful knight, in the middle of the board.
And now he's improving his bishop so that the rooks are connected and his bishop can get to an active square that Christian is highlighting in the white's position. What is the plan here for Wei Yi? How can he strike?
He would love to be able to remove this knight for just 1 second and play the move f3, attack this knight with the pawn, but that's not just simply going to be possible. The knight does not have any squares. If you go to d2 back, well, I'm going to have the opportunity of exchanging that knight, so you don't have enough time and enough opportunities to go f3, and that's why he goes this move, rook to d1. Now what he wants to do is get the knight on e1 and then go for this move f3. This is my anticipation. This is why I think he's going to go for.
I think that's exactly what he's looking at. Durkan, how do you see here?
Well, look at the time.
Oh,
I mean,
the time! There's no more advantage. You're right.
Yeah, they're almost equal now, and that will put, well, extra pressure on the Wei Yi, I'm afraid.
Absolutely.
Yes. That's a very good point, that white's time advantage is gone. Are we going to see that knight retreat, or is he thinking of pushing maybe the h-pawn? We have seen that move, the alpha zero move, so many times as well. Queen goes back. Oh, what is the plan?
And Magnus is ahead in time.
Magnus is ahead on the clock and now is taking his chance to take the initiative, pushes his pawn.
Yep. See?
Takes in the center. Very tense moment. There could be a discovered attack if black doesn't do something about that queen.
And that's why he should be placing that bishop in front of the other bishop on this diagonal so that the queen is protected and everything is increased. The action of the bishop and the queen on that diagonal is just going to be unbeatable. Bishop to c5 right now is giving Magnus a tremendous position. Let's see if he finds it.
He's thinking, and I guess that's a good sign for Wei Yi that Magnus is now also burning some time.
Yes.
It does look like a very natural move to make.
It is.
Even to an amateur eye, but of course they are calculating several moves ahead, and you know.
It is indeed, and it is somewhat surprising that he's spending so much time, Magnus, but as you pointed out, Bishop c5 is natural. He just believes that there's other things.
Okay, so he calculated the knight trade and then he wants to go there with the bishop?
100%. And he does. Let's not forget, Magnus has a draw in his pocket.
Yes, he's got draws.
If he makes a draw, he wins the match. That's all he wants. He wants to get that extra half a point. If he makes a draw, he wins this match. That's why he's exchanging so many pieces right now.
That's a very good strategy to have in Armageddon because you do have the draw odds with black, as Christian highlighted, and it's getting harder and harder for Wei Yi to keep the game going. You need some kind of an imbalance. You need some dynamic moment, some initiative, something to play for. But can he find it? What is the plan?
I don't see it, Anna. I don't see it because f3, I will take on d4, and then I get my knight on e6. So you don't, I just simply don't see it. Knight g5, for example, with knight to e6, that's an option as well. The only thing that strikes me at this point in time is...
He's playing it. He's playing it. Christian, let's show why that knight cannot be captured.
That is a great move because the queen is overloaded. You have to defend the rook on d4. You cannot shy away and go on g5 and capture that knight because the rook, well, it's more expensive than the knight. Rook is worth 5 points, the knight only 3. You don't want that trade if you are with the white pieces. Great move by Magnus. Great move by Magnus.
And he's regrouping his pieces, heading toward that highlighted square to chase the white rook away from that blockade, because that rook is blocking the pawn of black, and that pawn is a passed pawn. Black could trade queens, and black could start pushing that passed pawn.
And what he wants is exchange the queens. Magnus wants to exchange the queens. That's why Wei shies away from that diagonal. He says, you know what, once you play the move knight to e6, I don't want to keep the queen here so that you can exchange it.
And he's threatening Magnus's passed pawn, so Magnus should do something about that.
Good
or
move.
Actually, does he have to do something?
Whoa!
What? Just when we said that Magnus is okay, he's blundering his knight and he's laughing. He's laughing. You see the reaction on Magnus's face. He's now taking with the rook the white pawn. What is going on?
Oh my goodness, Magnus just did not sacrifice, blundered a piece in one move. And right now, it's probably time to resign.
Sacrificing his queen for 2 rooks of black, and he has 2 rooks and the bishop to fight against the sole black queen. Magnus Carlsen, with the laugh when he blundered, he couldn't believe it.
I think Magnus is just going to resign very soon. There's not much to play for. All I have to do is coordinate my rooks on the 7th rank, get this bishop on c4 to attack the pawn on f7.
Crazy.
This is looking like game over. What Magnus hopes for is a perpetual check, but I just simply have too many pieces to defend everything around my king.
They're both looking up the screen because they do have screens above them where they can see how many moves they have played. From move 40, they get increment. Every time they make a move, there's a 1-second increment after completing move 40. Goodness me, what a blunder that was.
Absolutely, he's looking at getting the bishop on c4 and capturing that pawn on f7. That's everything he wants in this position. If he manages to get there, then he's just simply going to deliver the checkmate. Not that easy to get there.
Wei Yi threatening the black pawn to give a check there, but now it's Magnus who starts giving checks. The white king is hiding from the checks.
Queen h2, Magnus is trying to hide his queen, but that's not going to help him much. After rook takes f7, rook to d6, rook f7 is coming with a checkmate to follow.
I don't think that Magnus can find a way out of this. He gives a check on the back rank.
Now my king goes to hide on a2. This is the money square right here.
He keeps looking up to know the move number. That is the money square indeed, Christian. As you said, there will be no more checks once the white king gets to the highlighted square. He moves back the king to the back rank. Magnus Carlsen trying to hide away from the checkmate pattern.
Rook to g6 followed by rook to g8. There's nothing stopping that, and Magnus knows it. We're going to see resignation right now.
What has just happened? Magnus Carlsen, just when we said that he had it, he had everything under control, that it was heading toward the draw. Christian, I think we do need to bring up that moment because it happened so quickly. What did he blunder?
Absolutely, and let's just stay with this picture for a second, seeing Magnus, obviously a very frustrated and disappointed Magnus. A happy Wei, which continues to just win almost all of his Armageddons. He did lose against Arjun, and he did lose, I think he lost against
No, he only lost to Arjun. Wei
Arjun
has beaten every single player in the field in Armageddon, including 2 wins against Magnus Carlsen in Armageddon. What a day for China's #1.
We don't need to show this moment that made Magnus laugh. Wei just played this move, backwards queen move, queen to d2. And what Magnus was focused on was exchanging pieces. He played the move rook to c2, saying, you know what, if you take my rook, I take yours. And that's going to be a fair trade. The problem is, I can also take the knight. And right now, there's a huge difference. The rook is no longer on c8, defending the rook on d8. When you capture my rook, I capture your other rook. And at the end of it, I'm going to be a piece up. This is a basic blunder that Magnus just did, and you could see it from his reaction. He was disappointed, amused at times, but mainly disappointed in his performance.
But you know what? He is a rock star, and he is such a hero here. I'm going to add something to that in a moment, but we do have the rewind of the moment Magnus Carlsen blundered his knight, and he laughs. What else can you do when you blunder something huge? It's a big mistake by the world #1. He cannot believe it.
Yeah, well, it may be nice for social media, but at the same time, this is a lapse of concentration that, that we haven't seen from Magnus. This is ridiculous.
Yes.
Something is going. He's not.
Not twice in the same tournament.
Exactly.
Right? This is the problem. We've seen that against Gukesh, sure. That, the tension was very high on this one. There was not much tension on this one. Look, they're only fighting for half a point. It matters, but it's not the end of the world. Magnus just simply almost never.
And he was doing what he is best at.
Exactly.
Against Gukesh, and now again.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, there it goes out of the window, which is very unusual.
Very unusual, and we do have an interview with the man who beat Magnus Carlsen today in Armageddon, Wei Yi.
Wei, you managed to win twice, 2 matches against Magnus Carlsen. You're the only player who has done it in the field. What are you feeling right now?
Okay, I'm always happy to beat Magnus, but I want to say sorry this time because I just play for a quick draw in the classical game because of yesterday's painful loss. And in my garden, I think he just blundered in very solid position for black. And yes.
So you're feeling very sorry now for him?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but of course you're happy also for the win.
Yes, sure.
Did you expect the classical game to finish so quickly, so you prepared something special for the Armageddon?
No, not really. I just want to be, recover after yesterday's loss, because after yesterday's loss I can't sleep well.
Oh.
Yeah, so, but so today I decided to go for a different strategy.
And tomorrow is the rest day, so you're sure going to sleep well. We wish you have a good rest tomorrow and all the best for the final 2 games.
Thank you.
Were you feeling sorry for Magnus Carlsen? And you know what? Magnus Carlsen is such a champion that he still is taking selfies with children and giving signatures even after the loss. That is a sign of a true champion who cares about his fans. Christian, we do have a game to catch up on real quick. What is going on between Hikaru Nakamura and Gukesh?
Not that much has changed since we last saw it. I think it was somewhere around here. As you will see, some pawns have advanced in the position, and that is namely the pawn on f4, the pawn on h4. We were discussing about this idea of a hook that white can employ in this position. Nothing has changed on the queen side, on the right side of the board. And right now, what Hikaru is trying to do is get his opponent down to his last few minutes. That's one part of his strategy. And the other one is to strike with a move h5. We're still a few moves away from getting that done. But right now, as you can see from the bar, it does seem like white is increasing the pressure, while everything that black can do is sit and wait.
Yeah, that is unfortunately a very tough position, a very tough situation for Gukesh to be in. And also the time advantage of Hikaru is huge. He's clearly enjoying his position. This is the game we're going to continue with after a short break. But before we take the break, please do enjoy our collection of highlights of why Norway Chess is such a special tournament. If you're new to this event, this is the reason why this is the most anticipated event of the year in classical chess.
Welcome to Norway Chess 2025. The world's most prestigious chess tournament gathers together top players from around the world here in Stavanger. It is not just a chess tournament. It is a celebration of innovation, strategy, brilliancy that creates the history of chess. Norway Chess has become a platform for history-making processes. The games are broadcasted by 3 different platforms with expert commentaries. Whether you're here at the playing venue or at home, you're part of the game. In 2024, Norway Chess Women was launched as the first tournament offering female chess players the equal prize funds, setting a new standard for the future of the game. With a total prize fund of 1,690,000 NOK in each tournament, Norway Chess attracts elite chess players. On the behalf of Norway Chess team, we are thrilled to welcome you to the 13th edition of Norway Chess and 2nd edition of Norway Chess Women. Enjoy!
Magnus, welcome back at Norway Chess. How do you feel?
I feel really good being back here. Like, this is kind of the only kind of normal classical turn. Like, it's not completely normal because there's Armageddon, but it's the closest that I get, and it's basically all the best players in the world. So it's really good to be back.
Right, Magnus, you have never missed any of the Norway Chess edition. You've played all of them, right?
Yeah, I've played every single event since 2013. We've had many different venues, few different hotels, and we've even had games at other venues than sort of the normal ones. Like we played in a monastery once, and it's been a fun ride, and it's still going strong.
How does it feel to be at home to play just in front of so many of your fans and little kids who are just crazy to see you and to have the autograph from you?
Yeah, it's a rare opportunity for me, of course, to play in Norway. Like I do it every year here, but not so often. Every year there's a lot of, as you said, a lot of kids around, a lot of young fans, and it's really nice.
And the final question about Norway Chess, is it Armageddon part that keeps you very interested and intrigued about this format?
Yeah, for sure. You see every year that even though it's only half a point, it can matter. Like, it acts like a little bit of a tiebreak. So the games in themselves are important, and there's always something to look forward to, both for us as players, but also for viewers. You know that sort of no matter how boring a round can be, or not even if it's boring, but if there are exciting games and you're disappointed that they end in draws, then you get more action. So I think it's fantastic, and I think other tournaments should follow suit.
How do you feel this weight of being the face of chess in the modern history?
I love playing chess, so I'm very happy doing that. I know that others expect me to do well, and you know, it's always a bit overblown when I win and when I lose, and that's okay. As for me, I'm, confident in my abilities, and I'm perfectly fine with others having expectations, even when I don't do well.
Right. Is there any particular matchup that you're looking forward in this edition?
I would say I'm looking forward to every matchup. Like there's no doubt about that. There are no sort of underdogs in this tournament at all. It's all super strong. Obviously, the games against Gukesh are going to be special especially for the outside world, and I think I will feel the tension a little bit more there than in other games. But in reality, they're all very strong.
Right. You mentioned the tension, and obviously it is in all your games, a lot of tension and the sharp positions. How are you keeping yourself focused on the board when there's a lot of distractions around, a lot of things?
The truth is, I'm not always focused. Like sometimes I slip up a bit and my mind might drift or something, but I often manage to get it back. And especially here, you have 2 tournaments going simultaneously. It's a lot of chess to follow as a fan, as well as I usually manage all right. Like I might make mistakes here and there, but my focus is usually good when it matters.
What is the chess lesson or the thing that changed your life?
I think it's hard to single out one thing. One thing that was important for me in chess, like early on in terms of my development, was just not focusing on winning or losing, just focusing on having fun and improving, especially not sort of trying to develop openings or a style to optimize results in the short term, but sort of more try and learn everything. Like I was very encouraged to do that, and that was very helpful.
We know that during the chess tournaments you would like to do some side activities, like to play sports before the game. Is there any plans here that you're gonna enjoy to play?
Yeah, I mean, Peter, my coach, is here, and he's a big golfer, so we'll probably go for that a bit. And I'm sure I'll do some shopping, some other nice activities with my wife as well.
Yes.
should be mentioned. So I think that's one of the perks of sort of working in the evening, as we do here, that you have some free time during the day to sort of unwind before the games.
Yeah, you mentioned your wife, who is here with you, and recently you announced that you're going to be parents very soon. And does this change something for you, preparing for the fatherhood? Do you think it's some kind of affects you in a way of thinking about chess and competitive tournaments?
I think we'll see when the time comes, but I've already kind of cleared my schedule, so I'm not playing a lot of tournaments around. We'll see. I'm very, very excited about the whole process, though. It's been really great so far.
Amazing. And Magnus, you mentioned in one of the interviews that the opponent you would like to play is probably your child in the future. Are you still thinking so? And will we see 2 Carlsens playing at the Norway Chess in the future?
Well, that would mean that I'm continuing my career to a little bit further than I planned. Obviously, if that means that the tournament still exists, I'd be very happy about that. Yeah, I will certainly encourage my child to do whatever he or she wants, and if that is chess, that's great. But I'm not gonna say that you have to get really good at chess, because I don't think that's how it works. Chess, or even though I have a father who is a keen chess player and he taught me the moves and certainly inspired me, chess was also always sort of my thing, and I hope for my kid as well. If he or she ever were to take up chess, it would not be my thing.
Yeah, we want to see that. All the chess fans want to see 2 Carlsens competing each other. Magnus, the final question is, how can someone become a chess player starting from zero?
I think chess is a little bit more difficult than a lot of other things in that you don't get sort of the immediate reward, in that it's of course easy to learn the rules, but getting to some sort of proficiency takes time. But I would generally encourage people to get out there and learn. And I think once you start to sort of appreciate the little patterns, the little subtle differences that can make or break your game, I think you can, you will really get fascinated, because it is a simple but very, very rich game, which is being shown in the fact that we are so far away from mastering it still.
All right, thank you so much.
Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 8, and we have just witnessed the first result of the day earlier. Magnus Carlsen blundering a piece and losing his Armageddon game against Wei Yi. Now for the second time, not the best day for Magnus. And the other top player that seems to be struggling today is the reigning world chess champion Gukesh Domraju. I think we are just getting ready for an Armageddon between Anand Muzichuk and Lei Tingjie. But before we will see the two ladies fighting it out in a faster time control, we do have this crucial game, as we highlighted, the 19-year-old world chess champion in a difficult position against the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. Much more time for Hikaru, and look at that evaluation bar. Also, welcome back, Vishy.
Hi, Anna.
What are your thoughts on the current position without analyzing the lines, just like assessing why White has an advantage?
Nothing much has changed. White's advantage is still huge for all the reasons we described before. For me, the only question is why doesn't H5 work here?
Can you remind our viewers of the factors that you have mentioned, in case they are just tuning in and they want to understand why is Hikaru winning?
Because I want to take on G6. And if you capture, I take with a rook. Well, the bar shot up, so I think I will stop. But anyway, the idea was h6, queen e4. And,
I think that's a good point. That's a good point to
So the
show.
question is, did Gukesh jump into this queen a3 and simply allow this?
He played it fast. He played it fast after this move c3, obviously looking at this check. He's happy he's getting a check. The question is if he's in time, because h5 is coming with tremendous consequences. In fact, you will get checkmated if you don't pay attention. So what's your response after h5, after shooting for that hook?
Okay, so I think it's either queen c1 or queen b2 check first. I can throw in queen b2 check first.
I'll go up the board, and I'm
that's
going to
true.
try
And
to hide
now
somewhere
if bishop g1, you have rook e2 now.
If you try to attack me from the back with queen to h2, now, first of all, I can't even have ideas of bishop takes g6.
Oh, queen h2.
Yes.
And some bishop f2, isn't that?
Bishop to f2, and
you come back queen d3.
Only move, by the way. This is a very nice idea that black has to try to get some sort of counter chances in the position, but it does seem like this bishop is taboo. You cannot touch it because once I take it, rook h5 is coming.
And Hikaru was about to reach for a piece. nodding very confidently, then he reconsidered. Are we going to see that pawn push? And how winning is winning in this case if he pushes the pawn?
I just want to throw in the fact that it's almost like deja vu for me. He had the exact same game against Fabiano Caruana in the Grand Swiss in 2023. The same type of material imbalances, the same opposite color bishops with a slight advantage out of the opening, out of what is considered to be an objectively very easy to equalize opening with black pieces. He got an advantage out of that, and then he delivered the goods and got the full point. This is the type of position that Hikaru really enjoys and very seldomly spoils. I think he has a great chance to win this one.
Absolutely, and I just wanted to highlight to all our viewers that the number of pieces on the board is the same. They all have the same amount of pawns, the same amount of bishop, rook, and queen, but as both of you are analyzing, the opposite colored bishops here are one of the key factors, because if you attack on the light squares where white has a bishop, black's bishop can never match that bishop. It's virtually an extra piece in the attack, and thanks to this hook. By the way, hook. Christian, do you want to remind our viewers what hook is? Why are we saying hook?
But before that, I feel Vishy had something to say because he gave me a smile. What did you want to say, Vishy?
Mainly that...
Did I miss something with that game, or?
No. I just wanted to ask you if you could find me a player who would not like white's position. But okay,
Yes.
I mean, I didn't feel this was stylistic. I think the position's awesome.
Completely winning.
But but now some doubts are starting to appear. H5, Queen C1.
So this is the hook. The hook is the pawn on G6. I'm going to hook it with my pawn coming to H5. It's a very typical way to attack the most advanced pawn in front of your king, and that is the pawn on G6. Queen to C1, that's your idea.
Yes.
You're still trying to get these checks.
Correct. And if I take on G6, now Queen G1 check.
Yes, let's say I go King F3.
And...
if I do go King to H3, and I think this is probably worth showing, you see the bar. You see the bar, how it drops.
Oh, and just H6, right?
Rook to G5, the only way to defend, and it does seem like you're getting the mate right now. Check. Queen to G2 is a very nice way. Very nice way. Right now, you don't have the rook to defend the G3 pawn. If you go to H4, now I'm going to go Queen to H2. You have to go back to G4, and I'm ready to. It's a very nice zigzagging type of way to get to your king, get to the checkmate.
What a checkmate that would be. Is Hikaru going to blunder that he's moving his king to the edge of the board instead of pushing the pawn? And the bar still shows a lot of advantage for white. It's not that immediate kill, not that immediate hook and going for the attack, but he's stepping out of black's attack. He's stepping out of the potential checks of the black queen.
I'm trying to understand why. I'm trying to understand why Queen to C1 is so bad. And you see the bar just keep on going further and further down. Queen C6 seems to be just killing right now in this position because you have rook to E8 coming.
And that queen is looking back at the white corner.
I was thinking Queen E4, but maybe this is even stronger then.
This is extremely strong.
Because you don't even get the C3 pawn, right?
Yes.
It's crucial how multi-purpose that move is that Christian has just made, because it's for the attack with the back rank, but also it's guarding the corner where black was about to give a check, while the bishop is looking at the other square where the queen was going to attack the white king. So it's defensive and attacking at the same time. This is looking like a huge trouble for Gukesh. It has been a very tough game for him. I think what he's thinking, I do want to ask, between these two gentlemen sitting here in the middle of our studio, it's not the first time you have met. Is it the case, Dirk-Jan? How long have you known Vishy?
I think from around 1990, something, probably.
We didn't meet in Hohoven? I played 89.
Yeah, but I don't really remember that
Maybe
one.
You didn't come, okay.
Yeah, no, I definitely was there. So it must have been that. But then I remember you in 91 in Iceland. You were invited to the World Cup.
As a commentator, yeah.
Yeah, as a commentator.
As a commentator.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. What was the occasion?
Well, it was the World Cup, and but you were not. I mean, Bessel Koch, the organizer, he definitely wanted you
Yes.
to have there because it was clear that there was a big promise. And
Are any of the events that you have mentioned in these photographs, or are they from different stories, different memories?
on the left, that's in Reykjavik. That's in front of the White House where the Gorbachev-Reagan summit was. So we are repeating that, I think, and sealing world peace. On top, that's in Munich in, I think, 91.
Yeah.
And yeah, the other two, they are in Monaco. When Anish...
Oh, Bent Larsen, right? On the right?
No, that's Robert Mandel.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. That was then much more recent, yes.
Yeah, that was 2011.
I thought it was 92 or something. No, but of course I'm much too old for 92. 1992, yeah.
Yeah, he was a Nobel Prize winner in economics. We had invited him.
Okay.
And and this was great. I mean, Anishi would always come to talk about his game and about all the other games. And then here, Vishy and Vladimir Kramnik, they're following that and having great fun with the young boy. Because it was the last Amber tournament and we had the top 10 in the world. Then Boris Gelfand, who was, I think, number 14. And Anish made his debut as a youngster. I think he was 32 in the world rankings then. But he sounded like the number 3 or 2 or 1. He was very talkative and great fun.
And you also have a selfie with the reigning World Chess Champion Gukesh. I think we have some secret footage of Gukesh and Vishy not playing chess but doing something else. Vishy, your commentary on this footage, please.
Well, I can finally say I'm dancing at home. And, well, Gukesh had done this dance a bit earlier, so we were trying to join in. And a little celebration for Vidit as well. So, earlier this year.
For his marriage and for the win of Gukesh at the World Chess Championship. What a team and what a team spirit to dance together. And your son is there as well.
Yeah, he decided somebody had to dance better for the family.
So at which occasions do you wear these costumes? And what is that?
You can wear them quite often. If you've seen, maybe you've seen the people from Spiso here.
Yeah.
2 days ago, they came in this.
Yeah.
It's kind of traditional, but typically you wear them for official events, weddings, all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's very common to wear that.
Yeah.
So this was for the wedding celebration of Vidit.
Also, it's a New Year thing, so we are trying to...
New Year as well. There were so many occasions to celebrate. New Year's, Vidit's marriage, and of course Gukesh winning the World Chess Championship in December 2024. But today, I think he will not be dancing, I'm afraid. There's not much to celebrate in his position. Christian, if we take one more look at it before we go into the Norway Chess Women Games.
Nothing has happened. King to
Nothing has
H3,
happened.
that
Sure.
was the last move. The threat right now is stronger than the execution. H5 is coming. You just simply don't know when. It's probably going to be soon. In the meantime, you need to find something. There's nothing. That is the big problem. There is nothing in the position. As we just saw, every single move that you make with an initiative idea in mind, potentially queen to C1 to go to H1, well, unfortunately, you're leaving something behind. And after queen to C6, you're leaving behind this rook. As we have highlighted here, the rook on F8 is no longer protected. Your queen is not getting anywhere because everything is protected. You cannot get to my king, and I'm getting to yours. Either via H5, either via rook to E8. It's looking bad. It's looking bad. Gukesh knows it. He's looking for a miracle right now. We've seen him be so resilient, but even he right now, he cannot believe how bad this position is. And I don't want to call it hopeless, but it feels hopeless at this point in time.
Very tough position for the reigning World Chess Champion. I would like to check in with our other reigning World Chess Champion, the Women's World Champion, Wenjun, is the leader of Norway Chess Women, and she is trying to win her game today against Vaishali Ramajbabu. How is the current position? Any of them able to get a bit of an edge, try to play for a win, or are we going to see more Armageddons today?
I think we're going for some Armageddons. Not that much has changed in this one either. I think we left it somewhere around here. Maybe not here. Maybe there is another moment around here. Once we started exchanging pieces, look at the pawn structure. It's pretty much the same, with the one difference that the pawn is on b4, trying to say that, hey, there's some tension against that pawn on a5. There's nothing. There's not much. The rooks have been exchanged, which helps black, because black is closer to full equality. It's looking very equal. I think we're going to have an Armageddon.
We do have an Armageddon coming up soon, so I just would like to quickly also assess the game between Sarakadem and Hampi Koneru, because Hampi still has good chances to try to get that first place, and there's a lot of money at stake. How are the positions looking? Who's got the better chances here, Vichy? We look at the bar, it's showing a bit of advantage for black and also a bit of time advantage for Hampi.
I didn't see the bar before I picked, but I saw the pawn on f3, and so black is better.
Tell us why this pawn on f3 makes white's position worse.
Okay, imagine that white captures on c5. I recapture with the bishop. Now I have the g3 square, and I can do a different kind of battery. I can play queen g3. So you play rook c2, I'll play queen g3, go back to c1, just to make the point. I'll play bishop d6, and then I have a battery going. The other thing is, instead of queen g3, you have knight h5 and a knight landing on g3. Potentially that knight could be fixed in place with h5, h4. And it's just, I see so many options. But the point is here, if you've played a lot of blitz, you know that there are so many options to trick your opponent here. You have knight g3, knight f4, queen g3, queen e5. So many moves that work for black that my immediate feeling was, in fact, I thought that was a g-pawn which had gone to f3. I couldn't believe white had voluntarily played f3. Yeah. I thought that it must be somehow gf3, but then I realized there's all the pieces on the board, so you couldn't have recaptured that way.
And it wasn't
and it was confusing.
Fully voluntarily. This was the moment after queen to a8, and I think this is what Hampi did quite well. Transferred this queen all the way to a8, putting a lot of pressure on this diagonal. You do have to go f3 at some point. Rook to c3 is coming.
Got it.
Of this nature.
Yeah, so she just got trapped in a place.
She got outplayed. And Hampi seems to be on her way to at least putting some pressure against Sarakadem. Sarakadem has been struggling in this event.
That seems to be the case, and Hampi has a really good chance to try to win the tournament. We do have an interview with the player that is also going for first place, trying to win her Armageddon soon, Anna Muzichuk.
How would you summarize the day today, Anna?
I don't know. I didn't expect this line from Lei. I think she has never played it, and I think it was just. I chose like a safe line, and but I didn't have like any chances.
Do you prefer to be white or black in Armageddon?
Hard to say. I think it depends how the classical game went.
And now?
Now I don't have a choice.
So white is the best right now, right?
Yeah, I am already mentally prepared like the last, I don't know, hour or something like that.
Good luck, and we look forward to see what you produced in the hour for the Armageddon, in the hour of classical chess preparation.
Thanks.
Anna Muzichuk does have the white pieces in Armageddon. Starts with more time, but black has draw odds. This is now the second Armageddon of the day because Magnus Carlsen already lost his Armageddon by blundering a piece against Wei Yi. The players are blitzing at the first moves. Vichy, sorry, I cut you off earlier. The Armageddon was heading to this start. Where are we at when it comes to the game of these two ladies?
This is a game I played against MVL.
Who is MVL? You guys keep saying MVL. Who is MVL? This is such a mysterious name.
You don't ask Frenchmen to elaborate.
Does everyone in the world know who is MVL?
Okay, Victor Korchnoi famously called him the man with two names.
The man with two names.
The Frenchman with two names.
Frenchman with two names, even better.
With two names. Maxime Vaishali, the top player from France. So please tell us about that game and how it compares to the game between Anna and Lei Tingjie.
It's just they reach the same position. That's
Exact
all.
same. Everything is the same. Okay, so they're following opening theory. This is still known. This is studied.
Why can't I take on c7?
Okay, so both rooks are supporting each other, and I'm going to interrupt that by playing a4. And the only square you can go to cuts the connection between the rooks, and so you can help yourself to a tasty rook over there.
That's a beautiful rook. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll eat it. This one is looking good. Of course, she's not going to fall for that. Knight to f3. What are the plans? What are the competing plans right now? Both of these players seem to be very much aware of the insights, in and outs of this opening situation.
Actually, I think Anna missed a little chance here. For Armageddon, rook c6 would have been perfect.
Ooh.
Because now
What's
see,
the idea?
Okay, so if you play queen d7,
yes,
I'll take on c7, and now you don't have time for a4.
No more a4.
Correct. You can play bishop d7, but then I have many nice moves. I can go knight f1.
You're just simply giving me this exchange.
Let's catch up with the current position because we are heading
so on, okay.
to a slightly different
I mean, this sort of idea,
move.
and then I get compensation on d5, whatever. But
Yes.
let's see this.
She did play something completely different. Knight to f3, a5, a to a4, bishop to c2, and a3. This is what we have. b3, the bar is dropping. The question is why? Why is the bar dropping?
It's giving a question mark to this pawn push of white. Why is that the case?
c5.
I would take with the rook.
I think that's a very good idea.
Take the pawn with the rook and give it up for the bishop.
Yeah.
Give the exchange, plant a knight
I
on
mean,
d4.
you're a must-win. I mean, you have to do these things.
She didn't do it earlier, but then she had the black pieces in Armageddon. Anna Muzichuk had a similar exchange, sacrifice, potential move, but now she has to win.
Moment
and
of
she
truth.
takes with the pawn.
She did take with the pawn a b4 right now. Good move. You have to move the rook, and bishop takes c5 is going to come. Maybe not immediately because there are some complications. Let's see. Rook to e3. Will she go for that, or rook to d3? You have a couple of squares.
You want to sack the exchange when with bishop takes g6 or what? So let's try it. Rook e3.
But it's not working.
No, bishop takes g6. Bishop takes e3 is the problem.
It's a big problem.
Yeah. I mean, I can go bishop h7, but it looks weak. I don't think I have enough for a rook.
Do you think this is something that Anna is calculating? Is this what she might be looking at or something else? What are the candidate moves here?
The alternative is rook d3. But now you see what a horrible bishop that is. If I could remove my b3 pawn and throw it into the audience, I would do it. Because then I have an awesome position. The bishop comes to b3, everyone's back to life. So in opposite colored bishop positions, pawns have a very unusual value. Sometimes the value is negative. You just want to take a pawn and throw it away.
So true. Maybe we should implement a new rule. The pawn is not taken. The rook is blocking the white bishop. It's looking sad for that bishop. That is so true.
Speaking of that bishop, let's get it back into the game. Maybe rook to d2, followed by bishop to d3, and put the bishop on a different diagonal.
Yeah.
Still not over. But the problem is, once you play the move rook to d2, bishop to g4 might be an idea. Not immediately, but at the right moment, I could be going bishop to g4, exchange the bishop for the knight, and then say, you know what, with the opposite color bishops, this is just going to be an easy draw.
Queen
to
going
d2.
up one square. So instead of retreating with the rook, she's trying to put all her major pieces on different squares, including entering the black camp, getting close to a checkmate pattern.
She's dreaming about it, and maybe she's going to go for it. The problem is, once you play this move, queen to h6, I will immediately defend with the move bishop to e7. I cannot allow your knight to go to g5. This is a crucial square, especially when the queen is already next to your king on the side of the board.
Anna still has somewhat of a time advantage, but half of it is gone. So a minute and a half extra time for Anna, roughly. She started with 3 extra minutes. Durkan, what do you think of what she said in the interview, by the way, that she used her time in classical chess to start preparing for the Armageddon?
Well, she was indicating that she understood that it was going for a draw, so she had spare time. Of course, it would be wonderful if we know what players were thinking about during the game. And I think there's many stories about that, what players were thinking. And, well, for instance, someone like Karpov, the former world champion, he was studying the audience, and then afterwards he could tell you, what the audience, what clothes they were wearing or whatever. And
He was studying the audience during his chess games.
There's various. I mean, if there's no reason to think there's, well, of course you can think about anything else.
So am I correct that you think not having a confessional 30 years ago is a missed opportunity for chess?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, good. I'm glad we got out.
And we do see Anna going for that attack that Christian highlighted, threatening the knight jump and attacking the pawn right next to the black king, threatening checkmate. Black needs to stop this.
Bishop to e7 is not the only way. You can also go f6, but this requires a lot of calculation. You just simply don't have the time to do so. Practically, I would go bishop to e7 in an instant without blinking right now.
Is she going to play it, or is she considering the pawn push? Those are the main candidate moves.
If she doesn't do that, then what else, right? She needs to stop that knight coming to g5. So I do believe that these are the two candidate moves. You could make a case for queen to e7, get a queen on the 7th rank, and then go f6 to defend the h7 pawn, that crucial square like that, but that's not a good idea. That's just simply not a good idea from a practical perspective. Bishop e7.
Yeah. This is too easy. It's the move you can make without thinking, and
she spent too much time on it.
Yes.
She spent about close to a minute, I think, on this bishop e7.
She's preventing the knight jump, so white can no longer threaten checkmate with the knight and the queen. And the rook's file has opened up, which is a pin. In a way, the white rook is guarded, so it would only lead to a trade of rooks, but black does want to trade pieces here. White is in a must-win situation. She has to win in Armageddon, otherwise, with a draw, black wins Armageddon.
You know, one more thing. I might want to just pin you. So is she coming back to d2? No.
Coming back with the rook to d1 to guard the rook.
But now
I
bishop
can pin you
g4.
again.
Bishop g4
Yes.
works right now.
Yes.
Pinning the knight and threatening to damage the pawn structure in front of the white king.
I think that's the move right now. That's the move. It's not a move that you make easy, because the bishop on e6 is a very good defender of the pawn on d5, and that pawn on d5 is extremely important. But bishop to g4 just puts so much pressure on you making a decision, because you cannot allow me to take on f3 like that. So bishop to g4 right now seems to be the key.
If bishop g4, I would have to play bishop e4, right?
Ooh, some
She's
tactics.
playing a different move, so let's get to the
let's get
board.
back.
Rook to c3.
Also very nice. She just wants to pile on. And by the way, there's a queen trap.
A queen trap. Show us.
Black wants to play.
Show us, Vishy.
Rook takes f3 and bishop g5, and she has no squares back.
Ever since Huga released her song Queen Trap, we keep seeing this pattern in the games, and she's not here with us. Shout out to Huga and Queen Trap.
This is actually a very uncomfortable moment right now for h4. Wait a minute.
So she doesn't want her queen to be trapped. She's guarding the g5 square, but that's a question mark. Why, Vishy?
Bishop g4 again. I mean, it just
I
seems
would
like bishop
even
g4
consider
wants to
sacking
be
the
played.
exchange, but it's so good.
Of course, yes. Rook takes f3 is a move as well. Bishop to g4 screams to be played. Question is, hey, can I even maybe go rook queen to c7? If I go rook to c8 next move, you no longer have a good way to defend that bishop on c2. So that's a big
I have
question.
to go bishop d3 and then grovel for the next few moves.
Yeah. This
And bishop
one's-
g4 as well, yeah.
It's looking dominant for Lei Tingzhe right now. She's had better positions in the Armageddon and sometimes fails to finish the job.
Wait, h4, if you go queen c7,
Yes.
can I play h5? Oh no, c2 simply hanging, excuse me. C2 simply hanging.
h5.
I thought I had one more move. If you go rook c8, I thought you had to pile
Lei
on.
Tingzhe sacrificing the rook for the knight. This is an exchange sacrifice in chess.
Actually, I'm not that convinced now, because after f4, I have, later on, I have f5 in the position. So,
That is a strange decision right there.
yeah. I mean, I considered it first, but then it didn't work out.
It's such a strange decision, and f4 is a crucial move, by the way. If she does find f4, she's in pole position to take this one.
Yeah.
She's in fact winning.
So just a
after
very bad judgment, right? Rook f3.
Very bad decision.
So it
Very bad
wasn't the
decision
right
by Lei
moment
Tingzhe.
And
for
once
that
again,
kind
she
of
took
sacrifice.
a considerable amount of time finding this. So
f4 is on the board. Anna Muzichuk with the better, potentially winning advantage.
Long think, wrong think. And the thing is, you cannot stop f5 with queen d7 because you are connected to the defense of this bishop on h4. So your queen cannot move. f5 is coming next move. I'm opening up the files towards your king for my rooks. This one is looking bad right now for Lei Tingjie.
2 minutes left for Lei Tingjie. A draw gives her the win in Armageddon, but now this position is looking dominant for White, threatening to push the pawn, and she is up an exchange. An exchange up in chess means that you have a rook against a minor piece, a rook for a bishop or a rook for a knight.
Time to go bishop to g4, perhaps get that bishop out of that square e6, because f5 is coming. f5 is coming with tempo. You have to avoid that at all costs.
f5 is not entirely obvious because I still have bishop g5, so you'll have to prepare it one more move. What did she play?
F5. Plays f5.
But now this is too slow.
But now bishop d3, and I'm threatening to invade on the c file.
Rook to c. Yes. Bishop moves away, opens up the action for the rook.
She's moving her king up to bring the rook to the edge of the board, join the queen, and attack the black king. Looks like a great idea, too.
That is, in fact, a big threat right now. If the rook would not defend this pawn on h7, rook h1 would be tremendous. But the position is tremendous no matter what. This one right now is looking really bad for black. A miracle she needs right now to be saved.
The bishop retreats.
Let's get the rook in.
2 minutes of time advantage for Anna and a very promising position.
Yeah. Oh, if bishop d7, e6 wins.
A fork.
Nice.
Maybe not. Takes, e takes, king takes.
I think it's
king
happening.
h7,
I think the bishop has retreated, attacking the white rook. Is she going to push the pawn to attack both the rook and the bishop? The white rook is hanging, so this would be a counterattack. You counterattack the opponent's rook.
Absolutely. e6 is a big one and she plays it.
Pawn push.
And now simply some move like rook e1, maybe. Just ask black to make a move.
Rook to e1, rook on the open file. This is something that you should be doing whenever you're playing with the rooks, especially against minor pieces. Put the rooks on the open files and try to invade with those rooks. And that's exactly what Anna Muzychuk should be doing. f3. Covering up this diagonal preemptively makes a lot of sense. Does not lose the advantage by any stretch of the imagination.
Only 35 seconds left for Lei Tingjie, and what a terrible position for the king. The black king is going to be the main target here.
28 seconds and some moves to go. Queen to d6.
The bar jumping even further ahead.
Rook to e1 seems to be the easy way right now. Queen to h8 check.
Giving a check.
She's trying to look at that h7 square with the rook. Rook to h1 is going to come next.
King goes back.
By the way, 14 seconds for Lei Tingjie with still 5 moves to go until she starts getting that additional 1 second. So she needs to speed things up. She has 5 more moves to make without any increment and 14 seconds on the clock.
2 minutes for Anna.
Vishy?
I don't know. It's suddenly not that easy for white.
Rook to h1.
King is heading for the hills. It's a pity bishop f5 check doesn't work.
Bishop f5, king takes f5 would come in the position.
But what about rook h6? Maybe that's clinching it.
Rook h6, pin you down. Pin that pawn on g6. And if black tries to run with king d7, then bishop takes f5 would come in the position. That's the money move right now. Will she find it? No.
She gave another check. The king goes back to where it was.
That is the money move. She needs to go back to h8 and go rook to h6.
I can go rook h6 here.
Rook to h6 is an option. Rook to h7.
Seems also very promising. The rook is very active.
You don't have time to think. Right now, you don't have those additional seconds.
And queen takes c6 check, bishop d6. Ah, that is suddenly very quite clever. And she might have spoiled quite a bit of it.
Lei Tingjie down to 4 seconds, though. She's gonna flag.
She has 1 more move to go until move 40. So she still does not get the increment.
But what is white going to play?
not that many things you can do. Bishop to e2 seems to be one of the only ways. Queen to b6 is another way, but that's not easy. Bishop to e2 and queen b6, those are two moves that stay in the game that allow white to continue with an advantage. If she does not find them...
And she's playing it.
Yeah.
The bishop retreat and late king with 2 seconds.
Now she's getting an additional 1 second every single time she makes a move. It's not enough. Her position is losing.
I think rook h1 would be a great move here, just to threaten rook g1. Yeah, she's done
And
it.
that's what she did. Excellent move by Anna.
Rook to g1, that's it.
And the handshake. Anna Muzichuk wins the Armageddon against Lei Tingjie. What a game this was. It seemed like Lei Tingjie had the better position after the middle game, but sacrificed her rook in the wrong moment, and Anna Muzichuk converts it confidently. She could very well be in the lead at Norway Chess Women, depending on the other games. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view and what is happening on the other boards. There's so much going on right now on day 8 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women.
We should probably go to Gukesh, even though that hasn't changed as much. We should take a look at Fabiano's game later on as well. But let's start with Gukesh. Hikaru versus Gukesh. What has changed in the last few moves? And the answer, at least to my eyes, is not much.
But I can throw in queen d6, queen d7 check.
As black?
Yes. I don't think you want to touch any of your pawns, so you want to go king g2 back?
Yes, I'm going to stay on the light squares. I still want one more moves. Give me one more move to go h5, and I'm getting the attack.
Yeah.
He has just made a move, so let's catch up with what Gukesh has played. Bishop to c5.
Very nice, because he wants to play queen d7 check and then bishop d6 right away. And that was the key. Okay.
So let's just show it to everybody. After h5, getting to that hook, give you a check. King goes back, and now bishop to d6. I finally found a better square for that bishop, a more defensive square, because right now you're defending the 8th rank, the rook on f8.
Could that bring Gukesh back into the game to some extent? It's still a bad position, but can he fight his way back into the game? Vishy?
It's very difficult to fight back with dark squared bishop, I mean opposite colored bishops, because you were already dominating your bishop squares. You can't improve, and you're never going to get a thing. And here the problem is just the light squares.
Yes, because white has a light squared bishop and the black bishop can never meet that bishop. They will always look on different colors, different squares. And this attack is huge, the one that Christian is pointing out against the black king. Turkian, when you see the camera from the playing hall, the body language and the time factor, of course, what story does it tell to you?
Well, I would love to see Hikaru in the confessional now. I mean, apparently there's a good reason why he doesn't come there, because he realizes that he has to work at the board. There's a lot of work to be done. And it is very complicated, which is clear. Then, so probably we'll have to wait for the end of the game before he pops up there again.
I think one more thing that his understanding is the fact that he needs to put pressure on the clock. That's going to give him an additional edge in this situation. And he needs everything that he can get against Gukesh. We know how resilient the young man is, the young world champion. Right now, Gukesh, 13 minutes and 45 seconds. Hikaru, 42 minutes. So still a lot of time advantage for Hikaru. He needs to find some consequential moves right now to put the pressure on black.
Hikaru about to make a move. He's going back with the king.
It's somewhat very similar to, shuffling the pieces, not making any clear ideas and clear intent moves. Similar to what Magnus did against Gukesh and how he lost his advantage. I'm curious whether Hikaru is thinking about that game, whether he's trying to compare that with his current situation.
And Gukesh immediately moves the queen to the left side, threatening a check.
But that's about it. It's just a check.
I think the good thing about his move is that it was also played very quickly. He has to speed up.
Why not h5? Well, what is happening? Why not h5? Just simply get your king. Are you actually going to take my pawn on c3 is the question.
It makes no difference, but actually, I might take the pawn on a2. Let's just try this. King h3.
Problem with the pawn on a2 is that the bishop.
Yeah, bishop d6. Of course, you might have rook a5. But if you went rook e8, I thought queen c3 doesn't make a difference. But on the other hand, queen takes a2 here and jumping to g8. Oh, the problem is just bishop c4 and queen d5, right? Ah, okay. So once again, I can't even make this happen.
Take, and unfortunately, no more defense against the checkmate. Tough position still for the world champion, but we know how big of a fighter he is. Do we see any imbalances right here? Arjun, Fabi seems to be quite equal. Sarakadem against Hampi, quite equal as well, perhaps a little bit of an advantage for black in that one. Vaishali Ju, right in the middle. So this one seems to be the game with the most imbalance in the round right now.
Yeah.
What are the candidate moves for Hikaru here, Vishy? If you could list out moves that he's considering, without going into the lines, just what are the options for him, the main ones?
h5 is one of them. Bishop c2, just sort of stepping back for a second. Might, well, it doesn't impress me very much, but also I could consider rook e8, but I don't know if that really works either. So h5, I think I'll get to very fast.
And he looked at the score sheet. He looked at the score sheet to know on what move number they are, because that is crucial for the increment. The players don't get increment until completing move 40, and for Gukesh, that can be an issue.
I actually think he looked at it for a completely different reason.
Repetition.
I think he just wants to make sure that there's no repetition, because
You're right, Christian. You're absolutely right. I forgot that he already made that king.
He's been
move
shuffling this king back and forth
You
for
are
quite a
so
while.
right. That's another reason. We need to explain what a three-fold repetition is.
Yes, so basically a threefold repetition is when we see the position, the exact same position with the same side to move 3 times. And it can be one at move 10, the other at move 20, the other repetition 20 moves later, and it would still count. So that's why it doesn't have to be consecutive. So this is why Hikaru is spending some time to look at his score sheet and make sure that he's not repeating the position by mistake. It happened. It happened, and I remember one of the big moments at Tata Steel last year in 2024 when Gukesh got saved by a repetition against, I want to say Pragnananda.
Prague.
Yes.
I think it was Prague, yeah.
Prague, yes. On the 40th move, Prague made a move that looked like it doesn't change anything in the position just to make the time control, but unfortunately, it allowed Gukesh to repeat the position 3 times.
Durkheim, were you also there for that Tata Steel? I see you're nodding along that you know the game.
Yeah. Well, it's as they say. I mean, it had a huge impact on the tournament. Well, in the end, Prague won anyway, but it could have spoiled this tournament. But, he definitely was very unhappy, and rightly so. It's not what you want to happen.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's the biggest danger for Hikaru Nakamura if he accidentally steps into a threefold repetition, but he's very aware, he's checking his score sheet, he wants to make sure that it doesn't happen, and luckily for him, he has plenty of time. So we're going to take this chance to go on a short break, and when we are back, we are continuing with this crucial game from day 8. The world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, against the reigning world chess champion Gukesh Damaraju. Can Gukesh save yet another difficult position and convert it into a win? Could be called a miracle, but he is more than capable of miracles. See you soon in a few moments. Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 8, and as you can see from these beautiful, colorful boards, 2 games have already ended. There was an Armageddon win for Anand Muzichuk over Lei Tingjie, and Magnus Carlsen blundered a piece and lost his game in Armageddon against China's #1 player, Wei Yi. We will have another Armageddon coming up in about 15 minutes time between Vaishali and Wenjun. That is for the top place in Norway Chess Women. And there's still 3 games underway in classical chess. The playing hall with the audience, with the tension, and Fabiano Caruana, the tournament leader. How is he doing? Let's check in with the current position against Arjun Erigaisi.
Well, actually, Anna, just about right now, as we are tuning in, it does seem like the players are speeding towards what looks like a very drawish position. Bishop takes b6, we see a lot of exchanges, we see the emergence of the opposite color bishops, and rook to e2 will most likely come on the board. No, bishop to e2 first. Okay, so this is a moment right now, because you do have to be very much sure that you're not going to allow this bishop to land on f3. For example, if you're trying to attack the bishop on e2 with the move queen to d2, I just simply go bishop to f3. That's one of the ways. I can also supplement this bishop on e2 with a move queen to h5, and that might be problematic. What you don't want to allow, I'm just going to make some funny looking moves. Rook to e4, bishop to c5. At some point, I will get this bishop on f3, and I'm going to initiate this attack with queen to f3, or potentially queen to g4, queen h3. If I get to your g2 pawn, then you're in trouble. And on the flip side of the coin, you don't really have an attack against my king as white. So white is running some risks. I don't see the risks for black, but I do see a better move than what I've shown you, and that is probably queen to f4 instead of queen to d2, to keep an eye on this square f3. Vishy, how do you see this one play out in the next few minutes?
I pretty much agree with everything. It's just I thought black has a microscopic advantage, potentially rook e4, queen h5, and even then...
Oh, he played queen d2. He is choosing the
I think queen
other
h5
queen move.
is well worth a try. It's probably going to be a draw anyway, but...
There's some pressure now.
It is.
And Fabiano immediately playing that queen move, trying to set up an attack on the light squares. I do want to point out that Arjun has a lot more time. So in terms of time, Arjun is the one who is more comfortable, but the position, the only one that has some risk, some danger here is the white king.
And in fact, this is something that somewhat worries me for Arjun right now. He did it a little bit yesterday with Gukesh as well, especially towards the end. He got a worse position. He somehow got himself back into the game. And then with 2 minutes against only 20 seconds on the clock, where he had some chances, he started making quick moves, quick decisions that did not help his position. He's doing the exact same thing. My worry right now for Arjun is that he doesn't relax prematurely. You can easily see this position completely equal in terms of pawns. You don't feel the danger. And then you wake up in a really dangerous position.
And this has been the theme of the day in a way, because we have been discussing how also in Gukesh's game, the fact that there are opposite colored bishops, the one who attacks on the same color of their bishop, it means that the bishop of the opponent cannot defend on those squares. We have a light squared bishop here as black. So if you manage to build up your attack on light squares, that other bishop can never ever meet the bishop or any of the pieces. It cannot do anything about the light square defense.
He might just have missed queen h5. Forgot about the existence of queen h5, just simply played queen d2 very quickly, say, okay, go bishop f3, we exchange the rooks and we make a draw. I think he just forgot about the existence of queen h5, which is very surprising, but it happens when you relax sometimes.
Yeah.
Is it that he's relaxed? Is he getting tired? Durkjan, how do you see the players at this stage of the tournament? It's already day 8, and they play sometimes 2 games in a day, Classical and Armageddon as well. Do you think he might be tired?
Well, that definitely plays a role, energy at this point in the tournament. Whether that applies here, I have no idea. Well, this is probably... I was just wondering, is there a way for white to build some fortress where you never can get through?
A very good question. Vishy, do you see one?
I don't see a perfect fortress. My king getting to b2 after some rook exchange might work. But the thing is, black can take his own sweet time in this matter. Rook e4 next, then throw in a h6. I don't know. The thing is, white has no way even to use his queen to get f3, nothing. H6 is a nice move as well. Maybe I'll play g5 somewhere, and then even my king can... The black king, ironically, will be very safe nestling amongst those pawns. This is a very long-term problem for Arjun, in that there is no solution. In a very funny way, he's in the same boat as Gukesh. He can't change the dynamics of this position. He's stuck with it till the end of the game.
Yeah, there's always a way that black can break open with g5. And
now, instead of queen e3,
Christian,
which you made to illustrate the mate...
I want to see what Christian was showing just for 1 second, Vishy, because it's so pretty. I'm sorry, I cannot resist, because these checkmate patterns are so important in chess. The queen and the bishop together, and the white king has nowhere to go. This is how you win at chess. Good teamwork. That's what it takes.
But now let me try to crawl out a bit. King f1.
You're running
Queen
away.
f3.
That's probably the best decision.
King e1. And maybe I'm threatening queen e3. If you go queen h1 check, I go king e2, and I don't see an obvious follow-up.
There is no obvious follow-up.
Okay.
In fact, I would love to get my king to d4.
Oh yeah, if you escape via c5, then...
I'm trying to run away. I'm really trying to run away. Without the rooks, I feel safe in the middle of the board. It's one of those that can go wrong. Right now, it's still somewhere in the middle, still definitely chances of survival. You're not even much worse. But it can go wrong very quickly if you don't pay attention.
I would love to stay here, but we also have this key game of the day between the reigning world chess champion Gukesh and world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura, and the tension is on the 19-year-old world champion. This is a tough position. The pawn has been pushed on the edge, the rook is going up, the pawn on g6 is being attacked by all of white's pieces.
We in fact saw this position in our analysis. We had this position on the board. The big question is, how do you defend against h takes g6? I think the answer is you don't. What
Can we show one more time, Christian, why black cannot take the white pawn?
Of course, yeah. And every single time you touch this pawn on g6, whether you want to push it, g5, or you take, this is just game over. On the spot, we use the battery, we get the queen to h7 next to the king, and that delivers the checkmate. So what I think he wants to do...
He actually has just made a move, rook to f6 to trade rooks.
Yes, that is the move. And that's why he transferred this bishop from this diagonal, where it wasn't doing anything, to this diagonal, where it supports this move rook to f8. So I think what he's going to do is hunt the white rook and try to get it off the board. Or maybe bishop f8. Maybe this is what he wants. It looks so bad. It looks so passive. You're tied down on the
problem is head g6 anyway, right?
That is true. And if I take, how do I get my queen on h4? Queen h4, flying over the pawn would win on the spot.
I don't know, maybe...
King to g1 followed by queen.
Queen h1 was a good start.
Would win on the spot. That would be a bit too slow, I think. I think you do have queen h3 ideas right now to defend. It's looking bad. And it's a big decision right now for Gukesh. It's a decision between a bad move and a very depressing move. Bad move is rook to f8. Bishop f8 seems to be the better move, but it's a very depressing move.
Both seem unfortunately really bad for Gukesh. We're gonna let him think because we are preparing for an Armageddon. We will continue, of course. We'll come back to this game as soon as we can, but I would love to take a look at the standings in Norway Chess Women for one moment, because there's everything at stake in today's round. Anand Muzichuk has already won her Armageddon game, and Wenjun is about to start her Armageddon. We do have an interview with Anna Muzichuk.
Anna, huge congratulations on winning the Armageddon game against Leighton Z. What are your emotions after this game?
Oh, I'm just right after the game, so I'm a bit tired, a bit still in the game, and yeah, like everything.
Yeah, you were mentioning in the other interview that you have spent more than an hour basically already psychologically preparing for the Armageddon because you were expecting the draw. Did you already consider that moment that you will deviate with bishop b3?
Yes, I thought about different possibilities, but I wasn't sure which one I would choose.
So currently you're leading the tournament. Obviously the game of Zhu and Hampi hasn't finished yet. Does it bring you some extra motivation for the final 2 rounds?
Yes, it's always like when you win, you get more confidence. Yes, Wenjun was leading before the classical game and she's still playing, so we don't know how it will be. And I am actually playing against her in the next round.
Can we expect some risk maybe in that matchup?
From my side, I'm not sure because I'm playing with black pieces.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest day tomorrow and best of luck for the final 2 games.
Yes, thank you.
Anand Muzichuk getting ready for the rest day, that is tomorrow, but Wenjun still has her Armageddon game to be played. It will start in a few minutes, so we do have a moment to remind everyone what is an Armageddon, what is this format, Christian?
Absolutely. So in an Armageddon, which happens once you finish the classical in a draw, white has 10 minutes, black has 7 minutes, so white has an advantage already early on clock. 1 second increment you get starting from move 41, not until then. But there's a catch, and that is that black has drawing odds. White must win the game to win the match. If the game ends in a win for black or a draw, then black wins the match.
And
quite straightforward, by the way.
Absolutely crucial, all the details you have highlighted, Christian. Anna did say she will have... Sorry, Anna was preparing... I'm already confusing now where I am. Apologies, I also need the rest day. But Anna was preparing for the Armageddon already mentally during the classical game. I wonder if Wenjun has also partially done that, because sometimes you realize that, yes, this game is heading toward a draw. So you start getting ready psychologically. In your head, you're already thinking, what opening do I want to play in the Armageddon? What will be my approach? And I think in our studio here, we do have a player who has competed here in Norway Chess and has some experience with this format. Vichy, have you ever been in a similar situation when you start preparing for your Armageddon game already as you are still in the classical game?
But I would say with something like 5 minutes of lead time, I might see the draw coming and just think, but not really prepare. It's more remembering what I already prepared, because the last minute is always too chaotic to. But even if you have some starting points, maybe that's a better way of putting it rather than prepare. If you have starting points, you know I can do A, B, C, and D, then you might start thinking, if I do this, he does that. If I think so, which one am I choosing? As I mentioned earlier, sometimes it's random. Sometimes you don't know till you sit down and then they force you to make a move and you go with that. But yes, usually these people can see a draw coming a mile away, so they get some time.
And how difficult is it to switch from a classical time format, 2 hours on the clock, to then be in basically blitz mode, 10 minutes against 7 minutes, rapid or blitz chess, fast time control?
Quite easy. You have the little break. And then once you're there with 10 and 7, you know you don't have time to think about anything. You just have to go. With white, it may look like you have more time, but you need that extra time because there'll come moments when you'll have to evaluate risks very carefully. Which gamble, many of the decisions you take might finish the game very quickly. So you want to put in that time there.
I'm very curious what strategy we'll see and what opening choice between the two ladies here from the gold-winning Olympic team of India, Vaishali Babu with the white pieces, and 5-time Women's World Champion, reigning Women's World Champion, Wenjun. Any predictions? I won the way your predictions, so I'm feeling good today.
Well, I just want to say that this one is for the lead. If
Wenjun
wins the Armageddon, then she's half a point in the lead. Ahead of Anand Muzichuk. If she loses, then they're going to share the lead going into the final 2. So this one is somewhat important in terms of the standings.
Absolutely, very important. You're right, Christian, to point out that there's a lot at stake for Wenjun and of course for Vaishali as well, because she still can bounce up on the standings and try to get closer to the top to the top positions and the higher prices. We do have the first moves on the board, so we could switch to our board as well. The two boards, the 2D board and the camera, of course, from the playing hall. Vishy, please tell us about this opening.
They're basically following the same opening they played in the classical game, the Berlin defense. Very tough opening to crack. So, but the thing is, Vaishali now has the time to do something a bit more interesting. You can gamble a bit more because you know that the time control is going faster. Already, I don't know exactly how the... Oh, yeah, it was... I thought she had gone bishop g5 in the first game. So... this isn't helping because I just come back to f5 and then she goes... Oh, she's going to e5, okay.
She's not repeating the moves. White has to win in Armageddon, and so she changes up where the bishop goes.
I like this. I'm starting to like this one. And now create an imbalance. Take with the pawn, which she does. It does seem like she knows what she's doing. Perhaps she has analyzed this in those few minutes in between games.
I think black should play g6 here.
G6, okay.
And I want to play knight g7, knight e6 as necessary.
This looks like a very awkward move. If you don't know it, you don't play it. If you know it, if you know these ideas, then you play it, which seems to be the case for you, Vishy. G6 is Vishy's recommendation.
Wenjun plays something different, developing the bishop.
Bishop d7, very natural. Again, she doesn't have the time to overthink things.
Another good move was instead of bishop d7, knight h4, I think.
Knight h4 as well, with the idea of getting the knight back to g6, potentially maybe even ideas of queen to g5. Let's not forget, the more pieces we trade, the better it is for black.
She moves her queen to the right side of the board next to the knight, trying to create more attack against the white king. Is there an attack possible, or is this just to connect the rooks?
Well, Vaishali already must be happy with her performance. The last Armageddon against Wenjun finished in about 5 minutes. She had a very rough time with the black pieces. So right now she's putting the pressure, piling on the pressure on the world champion.
It looks favorable for white. Yeah, queen b3 is reasonable. Black's pieces look really uncoordinated in the way she's gone about it. So,
especially this queen. This queen should be on c7 to guard everything on the queen side. On h6, you've overcommitted your resources on the king side, on the right side of the board, but nothing is happening there. You just simply don't have the tools to create anything.
Wenjun protects the pawn.
Now I can just go queen b6 if I want. Really kind of lord it over you. Okay.
Yes.
I think she did it, yeah.
She played it. It's on the board. This is a very unpleasant position, and I just want to point out the fact that, in fact, Vaishali increased her time advantage up to this point, more than 3 minutes ahead on clock.
Important moment. Would you take on h4? I think there's a problem if you take on h4 that my queen also can return to d8. So you might want to keep the knights at all cost, play knight d4 or something.
That is a good move, by the way.
But knight d4, there's bishop h3.
And then
not really, I can take because my king has an escape route. Maybe we show that. I thought bishop h3.
Get a checkmate if you go in the corner.
Yeah.
But you don't.
You go the other side.
Run towards the other side.
Vaishali
she
has
took it.
taken, so now the queen has a way back to try to
Now
offer
when
a
I go
queen
back to
trade.
d8, I relieve a lot of the problems in my positions.
Yes. But we're not going to trade the queens. Whenever you go queen to d8, I'm going to run away. And then I still want to try to go f4, f5, try to push the pawns on the king side, maybe get this rook on f1, support the pawn, push on the f file, get some attack going. I do think she still has an advantage right now, at least an unpleasant pressure.
And also more time on the clock. She has been playing very confidently and very fast. This is looking good for Vaishali.
Durkheim, your reaction to this one, what do you think the chances are?
Originally, I was going to say that I believe Wenjun would win, just like I believe Magnus was going to win. So now, I think it looks very nice for Vaishali.
Tend to agree with you. By the way, we do have some developments in Nakamura versus Gukesh. I don't think we're going to go to that one right now, but there have been some developments in that one.
And you see that Hikaru has a huge advantage. The evaluation board is almost fully white, showing white's advantage is decisive.
The cows are coming home.
Yes, yes, they are. Yes, they are. Rook to G3. What is she hoping for right now?
Aren't you supposed to do something till the cows come home? Is that the expression? No, I'm just wondering. It's a nice
actually, you
expression.
weren't with us, Vishy, in that moment. Hikaru said that in the confessional, that he'll play until the cows come home.
Ah, that was the
Yeah, I
reference.
forgot you
Okay.
weren't here in that moment with us.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Anna. You let me escape.
But so Hikaru is crushing the confessional tournament.
He is. He's
He's now
leading
plus
in the
3 or
confessional, and
Yeah.
he's trying to beat Gukesh now over the board. He wants to win both competitions of the day, of course.
C5, queen to F4. What are the
Maybe
ideas?
C4 and B5.
C4,
Yeah, C4 and B5. This is just the way to break up something.
I think she wants to go queen H6. I think
Just play G6 and hold tough, yeah.
H4 and hope for the best. But
So the white bishop is attacked, and Vaishali needs to decide where to place this bishop. There aren't too many squares available.
you can start with this move just for the simple fact that you want to provoke this move, G6.
And she does so, threatening checkmate.
And now go bishop to C2, get ready for the expansion on the king side, H4, H5, that's the plan.
So now if H4, I go BA4 and H5. Yeah, it's just quite strong.
Wenjun gets an exclamation mark for creating counter chances on the left side of the board.
This is the battle right now. Who's going to get to the other flank faster? So for example, black is trying to open things up on the queen side. White will need to open things up on the king side either with F4 or H4. It's all about getting to the hook. Once again, we're seeing this concept of the hook being used.
Okay, so let's see. H4.
Yes.
B takes A4.
H5, we continue
H5.
pushing. Queen F8.
Oh, not B takes A4. Sorry, first Queen F8.
Yes. Queen F8 first.
But maybe this works as well. Yeah. All right, we'll see. Oh, F4 is terrible, I think.
Is it? Why?
Queen C5 check.
That's a check. I'll go to H2.
Then doesn't Queen F2 help me?
Queen to F2, and now we're seeing this attack on the bishop. Question is, do I go F5? Probably not, but I do still have this square B1 to hide my bishop.
Oh, this is looking so
B takes
crazy.
A4.
Yes, we do have some moves. Queen to F8 was played.
Oh, there are no squares left. Queen H4, you go Queen D8, Queen H6, I think. So you'll have to block with the rook. So Queen H4, Queen D8, Rook G5 or something.
It's happening, offering a queen trade again. Of course, black would love to trade queens, so your king is safer once the queens are off of the board.
That's exactly what she does. Rook to G5, vicious prescription in this one.
But now King G7, F5, bishop takes F5. Bishop takes F5, H6 is a problem.
That's the big calculation right now that's happening. You can take on H5 and H6, which is going to force more or less a better position for black. Intermezzo, very beautiful move, H6. Let's see if she finds it. King G7. It all starts with this move, King to G7.
And what? But then I have Queen G3.
2 minutes 57 seconds for Wenjun. She's starting to feel the pressure of the clock.
She has taken the pawn on A4.
And the
Now
bar
F5.
shoots up. F5 seems to be winning. F5 is winning right now.
Vaishali's got to play it.
She has to play it. She has to go for it. There's nothing else.
And
She goes
there's
for
the
it.
move. Pawn push, attacking the bishop and the black pawn, opening up the files toward the black king to target it for checkmate patterns.
Idea being that if you take on F5, I take on F5, and this pawn on G6 is pinned to the king, so you cannot recapture back on F5. I'm not seeing it, guys. I'm not seeing the saving grace for black. If you do go backwards, bishop to D7, I just take on G6, you take back, I take once again, and the mate is coming. Just to show really quick what we mean by that. Check, check, and the checkmate arrives on the board. This is a very simple way of finishing things up, and she knows it.
Yeah. So now FG6, yeah?
Rook takes B2.
Attacking the white bishop, so if you take the black bishop, black will also be able to capture.
But now, can we take on G6 and just go for the mate?
That's certainly what she's calculating. Vaishali here with the winning attack. Will she capture the black pawn and not care about the hanging white bishop?
I think this is the mate that she's calculating. And rook to f1, the other rook is coming into play as well.
And she's doing it.
Yeah.
No, she's taking the bishop. Wait, she didn't take the pawn, she took the bishop.
Still winning, still completely winning. Still completely winning. e6 is coming. Let me connect my pawns. Let me give you a check on d4.
No, this is over.
I think this
so
is
Vaishali is taking this one, which actually saves Anna.
That will mean that both Anand Muzichuk and Wenjun are in the lead. Is there any chance for Ju? Because we have seen huge mistakes in Armageddon. In the heat of the time pressure, there have been rooks being hung. Even Magnus Carlsen dropped the knight. Can Wenjun say it? Rook takes g6. Look at that move and the resignation. Wow, what a moment for Vaishali Ramesh Babu, beating the reigning women's world champion in Armageddon. A huge win for the young lady from the gold-winning Olympic team of India. And we do have, of course, Vaishali's teammate from the Olympic team of India, Gukesh, here trying to escape from a really difficult situation against Hikaru. How is it looking right now, Christian?
I mean, just look at the bar. The bar is saying it's completely winning. It has been doing the same thing for a very long time. It seems to be giving white a decisive advantage. But I don't see the killing blow right now. I just don't see that final punch.
Bishop takes g6.
Bishop takes g6.
Wow, it's dropping a lot.
It's dropping, but only because of this move, queen to c6. And I'm failing to understand from a human perspective why this is so bad.
So king h2?
King to g8, only move, by the way. Only move in the position.
Right, f5. Don't I have just my lock? Or, oh, queen takes c3 and it feels I've spoiled a bit, yeah.
Now it feels like black is getting something, which is a bit strange. But bishop g6 is definitely a move that he's calculating. The best move in the position is to take away every hope from black with a move bishop to e4. Yes. It's just this whole grip that white has on the position. I don't want to allow any checks. You're still tied down to defense of the bishop on f8. And I still have this idea, which is a huge threat in the position.
Yeah.
Hikaru nodding, then shaking his head. Which line is he calculating? Is he about to make the move that Christian is analyzing with Vichy?
Bishop e4 is winning. If he finds bishop to e4, I'm starting to understand now the killing blow. And that is queen to h3 check, force the king on this square, and then get the bishop on the other diagonal.
By the way, it seems that Humpy is winning the classical. So she might have a very interesting situation develop.
In Norway Chess, there could be three leaders indeed. We'll check on that game in a moment, but this could be the moment where Hikaru finds the winning move, bishop to e4. Is he gonna play it? It's reconsidering. And almost there. Bishop to e4, the winning attack against the black king, with the queen coming to the edge of the board and the bishop with the central square to give a check. A final blow to the black king.
It's a very beautiful move, because the only way to defend against this idea of queen to h3 followed by bishop d5 is to go c6. But now I take on g6. And now there's no more.
Right, there's no check on chess c6.
No more check. No more check. It's a nice way. It's a very beautiful spot.
Can you play at the moves after the capture?
Absolutely. I capture, and your rook is taking away your only escape square. You get checkmated on the spot.
What a beautiful checkmate pattern. And unfortunately for the reigning world chess champion, he has done so well surviving really difficult positions. He brought it back from the dead against Magnus Carlsen and beat Magnus Carlsen. He was worse against Arjun Erigaisi yesterday, managed to turn the tables. But today, I think even for him, it feels like it's now a mission impossible. His king is going to be checkmated.
This might actually just be over. I don't see the way out. There doesn't seem to be a way out.
Yeah.
The best you can do is maybe give up the exchange, but that's just going to lead to a completely losing position. Like go something along the lines of, oh, g5, lashes out like that.
Then queen h3, queen f5 is resigns, right?
Are we going to see resignation?
Yes.
Queen to h3 check.
Oh, no. Queen f5 is defended by the black queen on c5. Sorry. So, no, this doesn't work. Okay, so let's try rook d5.
Rook to d5. That's definitely an attempt.
Because if...
Oh, it seems to drop the advantage.
F takes g5.
Hikaru takes the pawn, attacks the black rook.
Best move in the position.
The beauty is white doesn't need to do anything special because the checks run out. Every single time the checks run out.
I hide on h3, and that's it.
No, let me try one other thing. Let me go queen f2 check.
I'll go up.
Queen f1 check. Probably bishop g2 is winning.
Bishop to g2, yes.
Yeah. Bishop g2 is winning. Okay, so just everything is...
Seems to be dominant right now. Seems to be dominant. Hikaru is feeling it. And one of the saddest way in which this game could finish would be something along the lines of
g6.
Bishop to...
Wow, completely paralyzing the black king and then getting the bishop to...
Nothing to do. Just cut down the defense of your rook against bishop on f8, and that's it. The king is completely cut. It's one of those very sad situations, again, in which you can just sit and wait. There's just simply no way to improve your position. And it's because we have the opposite color bishops on the board.
He just left the board. It would be cool if he goes to the confessional now.
For one more time, that would be great. We hope that that's where he is heading. Hikaru Nakamura with the winning position on the board and also leading the confessional visits leaderboard. I believe he has been to the confessional couple of times today, more times than Magnus Carlsen. And they are the only two players to be such frequent visitors of the confessional.
Gukesh has only 3 minutes right now to contemplate his fate in this game. There just doesn't seem to be a saving grace. Everything is controlled. All the checks are calculated right now. Seems like Hikaru has found a way to break through in this game.
And that will be huge for Hikaru because he is on 8.5 points, but you get 3 points for winning in classical chess. So he still is in contention for the top prize here.
I just want to say, Hikaru before this game only had 3% chances of winning the tournament. After this win, he's going to shoot up to like 20% at least.
Well, he will tell us.
Yes. Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
2 minutes and 12 seconds left for the 19-year-old reigning world chess champion who has done so well. He was right behind tournament leader Fabiano Caruana at the start of today's round, but Hikaru Nakamura seems to be just about to take that spot from him.
Absolutely. F takes g5 again. There just doesn't seem to be a way out. You can feel it from the body language of Gukesh right now. He knows that he's busted. Hikaru, obviously, is not even at the board right now. He knows as well. It's only a matter of time until this game is over.
It's only a matter of time until we hear from the confessional.
Arjun Fabi is...
We hope he's in the confessional.
Fabi is heating up as well, and we'll get to that in a second. I do think we're most likely going to see some resignation in this game. Let's wait for Hikaru to come back. I'm sure he's somewhere in the playing hall looking intently at what Gukesh is going to play at this point. As soon as he makes the move, he's going to be back in the seat. There he is.
1 minute left for Gukesh. Is he going to find a way to try to fight on, or are we going to see a handshake and resignation?
I don't think the resignation is going to come right now. I do think it's coming shortly. Queen to f2. King goes to h3. There's nothing to think about. Right now, the rook does not have a lot of squares on the f file. Outside of queen to f1 to give that check and allow the queen trade, there's rook f7. But now you can continue with g6. G6 would be winning.
Pretty
this
terminal, yeah.
G6, rook to f6. I'm thinking about ideas of rook to d5 to go to h5.
But why not queen g4?
Queen g4 is just finishing.
And the older line you gave, that you go queen f1 check, bishop g2, queen f5, and then take, and bishop f7, and bishop d5, and resigns, yes?
Yes. This is the way. Seems to be fairly straightforward for Hikaru. All he has to do is calculate a couple of moves. He's accustomed to doing much more difficult, much more complex calculations. Let's see what he chooses. It's not the only way.
He's about to move.
Yep.
The pawn is pushed. The correct move, the way, the road toward victory. This could be it. Gukesh, is he going to play rook to f6 and after queen g4? Yes, this is exactly what's happening on the board.
The queen is about to drop back and threaten the check on the h file.
Yeah.
And the queen is exactly doing what she's supposed to, retreating in order to threaten checkmate. Check on the edge of the board and then check on h7. That is a checkmate.
Clinical precision right now by Hikaru. The only way to stop that would be with queen to f1. Maybe another idea would be to go queen to h3, try to defend from e3.
Gukesh is giving a check.
You know something funny?
Yes.
If you go queen e3.
He has given the check, so let's catch up with what's happening.
Yeah.
He might go to
Bishop
c1.
back.
Yeah. So then we get the same thing. Queen h4.
Queen to h4, queen to h6.
And I just play bishop d5, and the queens cancel each other out. So we're back to the original position.
This
wow,
is
the same
unpleasant.
pattern. It could very well be what's happening. Check.
This is unpleasant. This is an unpleasant situation. Bishop to d5. You cannot touch this pawn on g6. He's going for it.
That's exactly what Hikaru played. Vishy, you called it.
And rook to f1. You will get my queen, but you will get checkmated.
What an incredible ending that would be if Hikaru sacrifices the queen for that back-rank checkmate.
Even gh4 was
painful. Okay, we're getting a bit sadistic in this one.
Resignation by the world chess champion Hikaru Nakamura gets 3 points for winning this crucial classical game. What a game this has been, and that beautifully executed attack on the light squares against the black king.
And with this one, he gets his revenge in their respective mini-match. Gukesh defeated Hikaru, and in fact, Gukesh got his first victory against Hikaru. Right now, Hikaru, with this victory, is back in tournament, back in contention to win it all.
He's back in contention, and also Humpy Koneru is in contention. Looking good for Humpy in her game against Sara Kadem. And if she wins, there could be a three-way tie for the first place in Norway Chess Women.
Not only looking good, this looks devastating for White. You're a pawn down as White, and I have the two bishops as Black, which are cutting the board in half. This bishop on e4 especially is such a beautiful piece.
And oh, the rooks are still facing each other. Okay, I was thinking why even queen g4 doesn't win, but anyway.
Not yet, queen to g4, but yes, queen to g4.
Actually, queen g4 wins anyway, because rook d8, bishop f3. But of course, you don't need to plunder your rook.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Check. Pick the rook back up, and I'm winning with queen to g4 as well. Let's see what she chooses. 4 minutes, 30 seconds against 2 minutes, 38 on this one.
Maybe queen g4 is not a bad move, because knight e5 is a so-called threat.
I do believe queen to g4, perhaps knight to g5 would be a problem.
Ah, you're right, absolutely.
By the way, I would like to
That's
correct.
Cute, yeah.
I'd like to correct myself because I didn't realize my maths is terrible. If Humpy wins, she's going to be the sole leader of Norway Chess Women.
She will be.
I cannot add up the numbers. 3 points. The other two ladies won 1.5 and 1 point today. Ju Wenjun with 1 point, Anna Muzichuk with 1.5.
Absolutely. She's going to be in the lead by 1 point. So huge moment right now. Again, these classical victories are so valuable, and Koneru knows it. Koneru understands the assignment with the black pieces. Whenever you have these closed events, you know the player that's struggling. In this case, is Sarah. Sarah has been struggling in this event. She knew that she had to put pressure early on with the black pieces, and that's exactly what she's doing right now. But it's not over. It's not over because this knight is going to e5. So let's not call it just yet. Sarah still has a lot of fight in this position. And Hampi is spending a lot of time. You can see it there, 2 minutes, 23 seconds out of 5. That's a big thing right now.
And this is a blitz game. This is now already a blitz game. They're gonna get 10-second increment from move 41 on, but that's not much. Hampi already has hung a rook in her previous Armageddon. Not saying that she's going to do the same today, but mistakes do happen in the heat of time pressure.
Vishy.
I'm just back to Queen G4. No, funnily enough, it seems to win. Knight G5, head G5.
So
Queen
this
G4,
is the idea.
FG4. Rook takes D8, G takes F4.
You do get a
maybe
lot
Bishop
of
D4 is a bit awkward.
We do have a move, so let's catch up with the game.
So let's do the simple thing. She even took on F3. That's.
She does not want that knight to stay there.
Oh, she's going for Queen F6 and a battery, perhaps. Queen D4.
Queen to F6, Queen to D4. That's the battery that she wants to get in the position. I think that's exactly what she's going for.
Alternately, does Queen G4 work? Here?
Queen to G4. Big question. And it might work. It might actually work. This endgame is just really bad because once you took away the F pawn on G4, this king is running very swiftly towards the center. In fact, this is such a sad situation.
Yeah.
The king cannot get out. Let's see what she chooses. Queen G4 might be the best move in the position.
She's spending a lot of time here. This is already 1 minute spent, and she has only 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. Dirk-Jan, how do you see this game? And do you think there will be some surprises, or can Hampi convert this into a full win?
Yes, yes.
Queen G4.
Queen G4, yeah. This is
Queen
very
G4.
simple.
But probably Queen F6 was okay as well, right? Or
Queen F6 definitely okay. I think Queen G4 is much more clinical.
more forcing, yeah.
Yes, yes. Because it's somewhat of an if you haven't seen this one, it's somewhat of an unexpected move. And it forces you to spend some time, and the position is still extremely bad. So Queen to G4, definitely the right move. It does seem like Hampi has this one right now in the back. A nice way to finish the game would be Queen to G3. You're saying, you know what, I'm defending everything. After Bishop to G1, the game is over. Now I'm forcing you to take on G1, and you lose the queen on G3.
That is a beautiful tactical pattern to draw the king away from the defense of the white queen. I don't think Sarah will blunder that, but it is a tough endgame. Black is going to be up a pawn in a bishop endgame, and Hampi has all the chances to convert this into a classical win and take the sole lead at Norway Chess Women.
And the thing is, she understands that once you take on G4, F takes G4, there's no way to get the king out. Yes, Vishy.
Just worth pointing out that Hampi is the only player with with 2 wins in the women's.
She's
and if
had
she
a lot
wins
of
this, then
decisive
she's going to be
results.
3.
Yes.
Whereas the others only won 1 game each.
Have been winning a lot of Armageddons.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Hampi has been winning a lot of classical games. You are right. This will be her 3rd classical win. Gets the 3 points to her. She also lost a classical game, but it doesn't matter if you keep winning in classical. It means more than an Armageddon win. That's a very good point.
1 minute right now for Sarah. Things are dire, and she needs to make a decision. Bishop to E1, it's the other way to defend the pawn on H4, which is the threat right now, outside of just taking on G4. And don't blunder with Queen to G3, because that just makes things too easy for Conero. Let's see what she goes for. We see the bar right in the... Bishop to E1, right in the middle in that game between Arjun and Fabiano, so that one is still very much balanced, with some pressure from Fabi. Whoa, whoa, look at the bar, guys.
Wait, what's
the
happening?
Bar just
Arjun has just blundered?
in Fabiano's favor. I do think that maybe we should go to that game very quickly to see what just happened.
Absolutely. These are the only 2 remaining games of day 8 here in Stavanger, and Arjun Erigaisi with a blunder.
Oh my goodness. He played b5, and the winning move right now would have been d4.
What?
d4, we don't have time to cover it because he just took on b5.
And now what, queen d1?
g4 is the only move.
Oh.
Goodness me, these are inhuman, especially in time trouble.
Queen d1.
But queen d1 is...
Now queen to f5, and I have all sorts of ways of getting to your king, including bishop to d7, creating that battery. Rook to e1 is also extremely... Rook to e2, excuse me, is also extremely unpleasant. Guys, the pressure is too much, I think, for Arjun right now.
Huge pressure on Arjun Erigaisi.
Can I go rook e1 here? Oh, then
Rook
there's
e1,
bishop
rook-
c6. Bishop c6 is winning.
Bishop to c6, yes.
I mean, I was hoping for king that I have king h3, but...
Yes, yes. Rook to e1, that's a very nice nice way to finish the game. Bishop to c6. I don't care about the rook. All I care is about the mate.
Yeah.
Can Arjun defend this? He has more time, but the position is looking very dangerous toward the white king on the light squares. Again, opposite colored bishops, and all the attack will be on the light squares. The white bishop cannot do anything about it.
I'm not really sure where the help is coming from in this one. Like, how do you defend? There's so many threats, including rook takes f2 at the right moment, including bishop to c6, bishop d7, queen to g4. I'm getting to your king one way or the other.
Arjun Erigaisi trying to save this tough position. He plays queen to b1 check.
I think we're going to see a bishop d3 cover it up very swiftly, and he does. Queen to c1, trying to go to f4.
Makes sense to try to offer a queen trade. That would help a lot for the safety of the white king.
That is a good way. Good
If I
find.
start with rook c2?
Rook to c2, queen to e3, or queen to f4.
Fabiano plays bishop to e4 instead, and the board doesn't like it. The computer says it's not the best move. Queen trade is offered now by Arjun, a great defensive resource.
Somehow it seems like he's back in the game, but not fully. Queen takes c3.
Bishop
Now
e3, yeah?
After bishop to e3, it seems he's fully back in this game.
Because now I have rook c1.
Oh my goodness, he's back.
What a turnaround of events. Now the black bishop is hanging, the white rook is going to be activated.
Christian, of course you saw rook c1, rook c7 with the idea queen at 6.
That's a
Wow.
nice one. That is a nice one.
Beautiful.
That is a nice one. Let's just show it. If you start looking around, try to give the checkmate. Well, I'm giving the checkmate
And
first.
instead of that, as beautiful as this is, Arjun has pushed the g-pawn, going for the
Best
king
move.
of Fabiano.
By the way, best move in the position. Best move right now.
Can Arjun turn the tables fully?
Wait,
Can he
queen
now
g4?
be on the
Is he going
attacking
to go queen
side?
e5, queen h5 then, right? Queen g4.
Queen g4 with the idea that if you do defend like this, I go h5, the bishop cannot move because you get checkmated. So
Queen e5 check.
queen e5 is forced.
Yeah, and then whatever, rook g3 and queen h5. something.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the way he's trying to defend this one. This might not be enough, though.
Arjun Erigaisi even a minute and a half against 33 seconds of Fabiano Caruana.
Caruana,
Maybe just rook takes g4, actually.
rook takes g4. That's another opportunity right now. Yes, rook takes g4, definitely an option. He goes h5.
H5. Fabiano with 22 seconds left on the clock.
He takes the pawn.
Oh, now queen takes g4. I think he blundered queen c7, queen e5, then rook
Oh
g3.
my goodness.
Rook g3, and now
Oh
you
my
don't have
goodness.
queen h5.
Arjun is winning right now.
Arjun is winning this.
He has completely turned the tables. Fabiano going from a better position to a losing position.
Without the pawn on h4, queen h5 is met by rook h3, winning the queen. After rook to g3, right now Fabiano is lost.
Goodness me, what a turn of events. Arjun Erigaisi in a winning position, coming back from the dead.
22 seconds, Fabiano cannot believe it. Arjun cannot believe it. Nobody can believe what just happened right now. h5 was
Is this
such
the current
a cunning
position?
result.
Rook g3?
Yes, yes, yes. This is the
Okay,
position.
okay. But it's Queen H5 actually worsens it. So what is the other move?
He's played it. He has played Queen H5, Rook H3. He's giving up his queen for the rook.
That's not going to be enough. That is just simply not going to be enough. Queen to C8, get the pawn on A6, and slowly but surely get the king after that.
Fabiano cannot believe it. You can see it on his face. You can see the disappointment
Actually,
on his face.
Queen G4 is faster. Queen G4 is just over.
Queen G4 finishes on the spot.
The tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana, he had a better position and now he's completely lost.
Bishop to D3, bishop to H6 is one way to finish it off. Rook to E7, we're still seeing some resources for black, but it should not be enough.
I mean, bishop h6, rook e7, bishop g7 probably also works.
Welcome to the studio, Hikaru. Congratulations on your game. We're going to talk to you about the game in a second, but please join us. Please join us for the analysis.
Queen to C8 and queen to H3, you do get the bishop. That seems to be enough. Let's see if he goes for it. Hikaru, what just happened? You just caught the last few moves of this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think this game pretty much symbolizes Arjun's style in a nutshell. I mean, it's go crazy, try to play for tactile chances everywhere, and sometimes it's going to work, and sometimes it's not going to work. I mean, if you look at yesterday, I got the sense that when Arjun was down the pawn, maybe when he was down 2 pawns, he was still trying to play for complications to try and win the game. And I feel like this is a very similar situation where just always going for the complications, and yeah, it's working out. It's kind of insane, actually.
So what, rook E7 now?
Bishop G7.
Yeah, bishop E2.
Queen G6.
Oh, and there's E8 as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, whether it happens, we'll see. But like, of course, I mean, this is obviously very good for me. Yeah, he's gonna go for it.
And that is because a win for Fabiano would have given him 3 extra points already in the leaderboard, in the leadership position. But right now, you're getting very close.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like I've had many Armageddon games where I've been doing well, and I've promptly made one-move mistakes to lose them. So it feels like today kind of is the luck evening out in a sense.
Christian, sorry, the board is not catching up with the moves.
We're going straight into that variation that we've just seen, rook to G5.
Yeah. I mean, he's just playing because he can't believe his eyes.
Jeez. So I'm actually, yeah, so if I had not messed up even one of those Armageddons, I'd be tied for the lead. Okay. This is pretty bad then. Yes, the Arjun one was pretty embarrassing, but okay. Yeah, so there's everything to play for everybody then. So it's exciting.
It does seem like probably F4 is going to come in on the board, rook to G4. There has to be a way to get that rook right now. Queen to D6 followed by queen to D7. What happened in your game today, Hikaru? Conceptually, obviously, we're not going to analyze.
Yeah, I mean,
moves,
I think that basically Gukesh just he saw a ghost, and I don't know if he hadn't looked at this line beforehand or what was going on, but he played bishop G6, f takes G6, and apparently it's all gone at that point after he played this maneuver. I mean, it kind of reminded me a lot of a game I had against Fabiano in 2023, Isle of Man. Similar kind of thing, opposite color bishops, but it just like it gets worse and worse and worse. And I mean, he put up great defense, to be fair, but like it just wasn't enough. I mean, too many threats on the open files and this H5 idea at the right moment. So yeah, it was good.
But what do you think goes into someone's head when they decide that FG6 is better than head G6?
That I mean, I guess I think he just didn't see G3 King G2.
Ah, right, okay.
Without G3 King G2, FG6 makes sense. But I mean...
But you need to be in time to play G5, G6, otherwise you're stuck forever.
But also I don't understand, because if you play bishop G4, you have to know this line. You have to know this bishop H5, bishop G6, HG6. I mean, this is very standard. So I was very confused by it, because I mean, I thought it was like, positionally could be just lost, and apparently it is just lost. So that was very smooth, so I'm very happy with it, of course.
Sure.
We're seeing the final moments right now. Queen to A7, queen drops back to E3, or queen F7 to attack the pawn on F7. I think we're going to see resignation right now.
By the way, Hampi Koneru has won her game against Sarah Kadam, and therefore she is now the sole leader of Norway Chess Women. While the other tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana, seems to be going down. He will still lead. We see the points there on the right side of the standings, but it's so close.
It's a huge missed opportunity for him.
He could be 15 and a half.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And you see the handshake
No, but I mean,
there, and the
this tournament could very easily be over.
But 2 rounds ago, Magnus could have been.
Yeah, Magnus wins, it's over. Yeah.
He would also had a 2-point lead at least.
Yeah,
So
it would have been over.
So
And now
also
Fabi
would
could have
have
won,
been
and it would have
over.
been probably likely over.
Maybe you don't want to take the lead till the last round, Hikaru.
It's
well,
dangerous.
that's 2023 all over again then. Maybe.
Yeah,
we'll
sure.
see. But
No,
I mean,
it's,
it's very good, of course, to see these results, though, certainly.
Absolutely, and it's great, I think, also for the fans, for the viewers, that this tournament is so exciting. Hikaru, what makes this tournament different? Tell us about how do you experience this format, starting from perhaps the Armageddon, the time control. What are your thoughts on the format here?
Yeah, I mean, I think the time control plays a huge role. I think with increment from move 1, especially 30 seconds, a lot of these games that have been decisive would have been draws. I mean, quite a few of them, to put it mildly. So I think the time control induces a lot more mistakes as players get low with 10-second increment. You just make blunders everywhere. So that's made it very exciting. And then, of course, having the Armageddon, I think, definitely adds some spice to it. There's at least something to play for after the classical game. I mean, if you think about my game against Magnus yesterday or Wei versus Magnus today, if those games are 30-minute draws and fans don't get to see more, you feel a little bit disappointed. So I think the format is relatively good.
Do you think that more top tournaments should adopt a format like this or similar formats?
I think actually having a unique format is a good thing. I think far too many tournaments sort of cannibalize each other by having the same time control, the same players. Hint, Grand Chess Tour, hint, hint. But I think that it's very good, and maybe more people should experiment with it.
Vishy, you had a smile there on Hikaru's comment.
No, I just enjoyed him saying hint, hint. That was very funny. That was very funny.
Hikaru, I need to ask you about that moment, obviously, between Gukesh and Magnus.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The impact that moment will have on their careers as well as the chess world moving forward.
Well, I mean, I think for Magnus, it's just a reminder that he's not invincible. And frankly, as I've learned in recent, probably in the last year and a half in quite a few events, when I get low on time where bad things happen, Magnus is probably realizing that these sorts of mistakes are only going to happen more and more. It's not going to be less. It's not going to be a one-time thing. It's much more likely to happen. I mean, I also, I think back to when Gary was playing towards the end of his career. There were a couple of these games, like Vishy would remember this game against Husman, where he just got blown away. And it's like, that was such an uncharacteristic game from Gary. And he was only like 37, 38, but you start seeing these things happen from the greats. So, yeah, I think for Magnus, he's probably not going to play much more classical. And for Gukesh, I think it gave him a big boost. But in spite of that, he's still, I think, been very shaky here overall. The positions he's gotten have not been great even after that win. So maybe it's a mixed bag, but certainly Gukesh has proven that he can compete with Magnus, and I think that's what everybody wants to see.
You've had somewhat similar feelings as well. You've said it many times that you're considering retiring from classical chess, or at least diminishing your participation in events. What is it about those moments where you start blundering with low time control, where you start getting frustration in your games as well?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing is preparation. It's very, very tough to get a game that you can play. Very, very hard. I've been lucky in some events, like the American Cup, where I played Fabi, and he wanted to be very creative, with black especially. But I think if opponents are rock solid and they just play these systems, like these Catalan systems or, these Queen's Gambit declines, it's very, very hard to prove anything. And when that happens, you just feel like you're sitting there wasting time. So the preparation aspect is a big thing, I think, for Magnus and also myself. And yeah, chess is only getting harder and harder. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the future.
We are looking forward to that too, and we hope that you will be playing in the Candidates tournament and playing for that world title. Do you have aspirations to qualify and compete for the Candidates as you have been in your career?
Well, I mean, I think my plan is to find, as Magnus so eloquently put it, some Mickey Mouse tournaments, try to get the remaining 22 games, I think it is, that I'll need, and go from there. Who knows, maybe I'll go to Japan, South Korea, some of these countries that I haven't been to that often, to try and do it. We'll see. But realistically, yeah, I'll do that, try to qualify. But beyond that, I mean, I'll probably do what Vishy does. Just show up for a few Bundesliga games, enjoy life, and be happy.
Enjoy life. Also, representing your new esports team. Can you tell us about how does that feel? You already have been, of course, in the online space, top streamer, and now you have a club to represent at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I think it's very good that that chess is part of the Esports World Cup. I think there's a 3-year contract, so it'll be a part of it for the next couple of years, which is very, very good. I think that hopefully Magnus does well there. Hopefully I do well, and hopefully it'll bring more fans into the game. I think the main thing I would say is right now, especially with the viral moment that happened the other day when Magnus played against Gukesh, you really have to strike when everything is hot. And I would also argue, I think that for chess to be bigger, you need people to show more reactions. I think all this being proper, not showing any emotions, not getting angry, all this stuff that everybody saves until they go back to their hotel room is not good for the game. I think if you see more actual reactions, that can only be a good thing. So that's my little piece of advice, is that the more we have of that, more emotions, and people actually not being robots because they're afraid of what people on the internet will say about them. If people start doing that, there will be more interest.
I think, Christian, we agree with you here in the studio. We want to see more emotions. We want to see the human side of chess players, and we want to congratulate you, Hikaru, on the big win today, and all the best for the remaining 2 rounds for that top place here in Stavanger.
Thank you.
And with that, we have the results of Norway Chess from round 8. The classical win of Hikaru Nakamura against the reigning world chess champion Gukesh Domaraju. A huge win for Hikaru, and also a huge win for Arjun Erigaisi against tournament leader Fabiano Caruana. We did not see that coming.
Absolutely, and Wei defeating Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon, that was a huge victory as well. Just an incredible all-around day of chess here at Norway Chess. And Norway Chess women, also, we have seen some decisive results there as well, and in fact, we will soon have somebody with us that scored decisive victory. As you can see the standings, Fabiano still leading, even after that loss, 12.5 points, closely behind Magnus Carlsen with 12 points. Hikaru Nakamura and Gukesh Domaraju right now sharing 3rd position with 11.5.
And we do have in the studio with us Hampi Koneru, who has just won her game. Congratulations, Hampi, and congratulations on becoming now the sole leader of Norway Chess Women with 2 rounds to go.
Thank you so much. Today I kind of messed up in the time scramble, but I think before that I managed to get the slight edge out of the game, but probably I should have went for King H5 and take on F4, take on B6 and G5. That was the right direction to go.
Christian, would you mind following so we can show the moves that Hampi is referring to our viewers? We would love to see the key moments of the game.
Yes, I'm on the game. Please just direct me, Hampi. Where would you like to go?
Yeah, okay. From here, I think I started gaining control over the game. Probably before it was more of an equal position.
Yes.
But then she started committing structure, and I had an opportunity with the double bishop. Yeah, this position is quite fine for for white. I mean, after A5, she could just go knight D2. Yeah, knight D2 looks quite solid for me, just to get back the knight to C4. It's quite a tough position to break, but the way she played, I think I got a very good opportunity in the game.
Especially after you exchanged that knight, very active knight, and you forced another weakening on her of her position.
Right.
At which point did you feel like you have full control?
This position, I felt I was having slight edge. Probably bishop d4 is the right move, but still I'll continue playing with queen d6.
Definitely a pleasant position
right
now. If she takes, you take back. No more knight to d4.
White should not take on c5, like it will lose the control over the d file. Yeah, it's quite a playable position, but I'm quite pleasant while playing.
And I think the critical one, just to put things off,
I was calculating the end game.
Queen to g4 was a very nice move.
Yeah, queen into g4, fg4, g3, king g6, king g2, king f5, king f1. Yeah, here maybe I'm not sure whether to start with king e4 or e5. Instead of king e4, maybe e5. This I'm not sure.
I think both of them are winning.
Okay.
Both of them are winning, yes, yes.
So in the game, yeah, here king h5 is the right move, not king f6. King h5, bishop f2, bishop f4, bishop b6, bishop d2. And now I go g5, g4. It's like even bishop c5, b4, like my pawn is getting queen before her, so it shouldn't be a problem. But I kind of messed up in the time scramble. I didn't calculate this accurately, and then I played some silly moves.
Still winning, still completely in
no,
control.
I was like, just go ahead for a few more moves, and maybe b4, b5, yeah?
Yes.
b4,
yes,
b5 is
yes.
the winning move, yeah.
That's a nice way.
Yeah, right.
You take this one, I take this one, and I'm promoting first.
Right, yeah.
And
no, here I felt she is back into the game. Here I felt because after a5, yeah, b5, a6 is the right move, not bishop f8. a6, king d5, bishop c3.
Oh.
Yeah, this was the problem in the game. Like,
and you have too many pieces on this diagonal.
Right.
So if you try to get the pawn up, you're in fact losing after bishop to c3. Wow, what a trick.
No, I completely messed in the time scramble. Like, I lost the clarity about the calculation in the end game. I was just lucky that she played bishop f8.
To be honest, I think anything can happen with those last few seconds,
Yeah.
right? How are you feeling about those moments when you have a few seconds, you know you're not getting the usual 30 seconds increment, you're getting only 10. You don't have a lot of time to make your decisions. How do you make those decisions?
I think that's the main trick in this tournament. Like, I see many classical games like turning around after the 40 moves because of not having additional time. I think it's quite a critical with the time management.
And right now, we see on the board, on the screen right there, you putting the finishing touches with b2 and forcing resignation. Hampi, you're leading the tournament right now. With 2 rounds to go, tomorrow is a rest day. Any plans for a rest day? And how are you going to approach those critical final 2 rounds?
Yeah, I'll just take a complete rest. It's been quite tiring. But in fact, I have enjoyed a lot in the previous rest day with the cowboy theme and all the games. So it's a great memory.
Can you tell us about which was your favorite challenge and about your teammate? How was it to team up with the Norway Chess participants?
Yeah, my teammate was Arjun, and we both speak the same language, so it was even more fun while playing. And I loved shooting. I tried it for the first time, and I managed to hit the center point.
Wow, congratulations. That is incredible to be such a good sharpshooter for the first attempt. And I hope that Arjun was also pulling the weight and doing well enough with the lasso.
Yeah, like we came last in all the games, but it was more fun and entertaining.
We're happy that you had a good time, and we wish you a good rest day tomorrow and very much of luck for the remaining 2 games. Congratulations on the win today, Hampi. And that is the results of today's round. We have just mentioned that the only player in Norway Chess Women to win is Hampi Koneru. With her classical win, she gets 3 points. And we have seen 2 Armageddons. Anand Muzichuk winning against Lei Tingjie in Armageddon, and Vaishali beat the reigning women's world champion, Wenjun, which leads us to the following standings.
Absolutely. Koneru is still in the lead right now. Well, she regains the lead in this tournament, 13.5 points. Wenjun and Anand Muzichuk are sharing second place with 12.5, very closely behind, and Lei Tingjie on 10 points right now. Anything can happen going into the final couple of rounds. Just an incredible tournament all around, and this scoring system incentivizes those classical decisive results. Players are taking risks, and we're seeing the fruits of their labor in these last few rounds. Guys, I have to say, we've been having a lot of fun calling all the action, and there's been a lot of exciting chess as well.
It is exactly the case, and we also have an interview with Vaishali Rameshbabu after her win against Wenjun.
Vaishali, huge congratulations on winning the match in the Armageddon against reigning world champion. Was it the first time you beat her in any time controls?
Yeah, this is my first win against her across all formats, including online, I think.
How did you feel it towards the end of the game? Was there any moment you already realized you're going to win it?
Like it was very easier for me to play. I think she was spending a lot of time, and it was not easy to play with less time in this position.
how difficult it is actually to prepare against, to play against her in Armageddon. Did you prepare earlier when you were preparing for classical match, or you just spared, like, use some minutes of time you had before Armageddon?
Oh no, I didn't prepare for Armageddon before classical. Of course, I was focused on classical game, but I couldn't put much pressure in the classical game. It ended in a draw, and yeah, briefly checked where to improve, like to play in Armageddon. But she changed like one more earlier, and I just add some plans, yeah, to go for this DE5 structure basically, and yeah, I just got that on the board. Yeah.
Vaishali, do you have any special plans for tomorrow? How are you going to recharge your batteries?
Yeah, don't have any specific plan, but yeah, I'll just try to rest. Yeah.
Congratulations to Vaishali on her win against Wenjun in Armageddon. What a day this has been. Day 8 at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. I would love to have your thoughts on today's day, Dirk-Jan. What would you say was the most exciting game for you, or the most memorable moment?
Well, I think the day in itself was a memorable moment. I mean, how could you expect that two world champions, the tournament leader and the #1 in the world, would lose in the same round? And it happened. So there was a lot of drama, and well, the tournaments are totally open again, and that yeah, I think that's a good conclusion at the end of the day. But a lot of drama, much more dramatic than I could have expected.
A lot of drama and a great summary there about today's action. Vichy, your thoughts on today's games?
I have to say tragedy for Fabiano. It's nice that the tournament opens up and all that, but you know, suddenly I feel transported to all my moments like that, and you know, and this was really quite painful because he had nursed it perfectly. He nursed it just absolutely perfectly, and the thing is, sometimes you can't stop. You're about to, you're switching to a winning position, but he's still Queen C2. You can draw, but he just couldn't stop and played Queen E5 because he, you know, you just lose control completely, and. I have to say, I think Hikaru made some valid points that this kind of drama and emotion is what's going to work for us. So, I mean, how to implement it is a decision, but today was dramatic. I think everyone can use a rest day now.
Everyone can use a rest day. I agree with you.
And a lot of respect to Humpy for, I mean, she's in the men's tournament, everyone is +3, I think it's 1, 2 or 3 games. But if I remember correctly. But in the women's event, Humpy is 3 wins and everyone else is only 1.
She's the only player with 3 classical wins.
Yeah, and
yes.
she's really showing, I think, fantastic ability there.
Huge kudos to Humpy, and she's now the sole leader. Christian, your thoughts on what Hikaru said about showing emotions, and should Fabi show more emotions after a disappointing game like today?
He's going to show a lot of emotions, but not on camera. It's a very unfortunate situation, and I think Vichy made a great point. It's just in the heat of the battle, the momentum keeps going against you. The thing is, if he would have made a draw in that position, he would have went back home, and he would have been extremely upset. Right now, losing from that position, it's a tragedy, like Vichy just painted it. It's going to be very difficult to come back from that for Fabiano, but he does have a rest day tomorrow. He's still in the lead in the tournament, so anything can happen. He just needs to recalibrate and understand that there's 2 more rounds to go. At the same time, the tournament is absolutely heating up. I'm very curious to see what Magnus is going to show in the next couple of rounds, because in the last 2 rounds in Classical, he just simply does not want to fight anymore. He just wants to go into the Armageddon and take it from there. We'll see if a different Magnus Carlsen shows up willing to fight in Classical in the last 2, and of course in the ladies section, and of course Hikaru as well. Just an incredible game for him, incredible day, and he's making it fun also with the confessionals. That's always fun to hear. In the ladies section, Conero is doing great right now, and she's piling on victories, and that's exactly what you need to do. It's going to be an exciting finish.
It's going to be very exciting, and I think you've hit so many good points there about the situation. And will Magnus also find his fighting spirit? Can Fabiano recover? They have a rest day tomorrow, but after the day off, they will return to the board. And the standings, sorry, I don't know where I am anymore. I need a rest day too. The pairings will be that Magnus Carlsen will be facing Fabiano Caruana. So I do think that if Magnus needs motivation, there it is. The pairings have it. It used to be the El Clasico, or is it still the El Clasico? We will see on Thursday. And of course we have Hikaru Nakamura against Arjun Erigaisi, as well as a key game for the top places, as well as the reigning world champion Gukesh facing China's #1 player, Wei Yi.
And in the women's section, we have Vaishali against Sarah Kadem. Anand with the black pieces. She's going to be facing the world champion Wenjun. Definitely a big clash in that one, and you can see their direct encounter score 3-0 for Wenjun. We'll see if Anna can score a victory in this one. And Lei Ting-je with the white pieces will be meeting the tournament leader, Konero Hampi.
Thank you so much, Durkheim, for joining us as a special guest today. It was such an honor, and to see the photographs and the stories with all the top players that you have interviewed, and of course with Vichy. That was touching.
It was a great pleasure, Anna and Vichy and Christian. Wonderful to be here.
Thank you so much, and huge thanks to our viewers as well for tuning in. We really appreciate your presence, and we hope to see you on Thursday, same time, same place, with only 2 rounds to go. Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women heating up for the full prize fund of 1,690,000 Norwegian crowns.